occurring within my views, I see that I must make sure that the stuff is watchable at some point. Uh, but when it's at these levels, I mean levels, it's still a level. Okay, it might be a low one, but it's a level. It allows for a lot of experimentation. Okay, so I'm gonna try all sorts of things, while at the same time, probably go back to the beginning somehow, when there was a time when it worked. Uh, no, I'll chase that 800 view for a lifetime if I needed to, because that was a old little pop. Okay, I don't need to get poppy. Uh, I'm just trying to get a voice. Okay, I've gone through several voices, uh, and uh, Kurt Metzger going on Octavius Thunder, uh, a man who claims that he has started a religion, and uh, they do a podcast together. So that's really good stuff right there. Um, so we'll watch a bit of that, and we'll try to watch some more of this. But I mean, it, it's a bit of a tough watch just because it's really bright. Okay, there's nothing dark about All Glass Darkly. Okay, it's a very bright screen, and he needs to turn down the bright blueness of your your layout so that other people besides narcoleptic gamers can enjoy it. Uh, so uh, we might take a look, but look at this. We got an old gate program. Okay, Hack Headlines came out with a gate program drop, all in good timing. Okay, these are great things to kind of keep in the list together, but they'll control history prediction. He's trying out new font. You get that from the YouTube mobile edit. And then possibly a little Matt McCuster. Okay. Now, we're watching this because of McCuster, along with Shane Gillis. We're going to try to stay in that little mainstream bubble. Okay. Uh, we do underground and mainstream. And occasionally you got to get out of the underground and take a look at the mainstream, and you get out of the mainstream and take a look at the underground. Uh, but look at this. American Redacted just came out with a disc drop. This is going to hit hard. Very personal. Going straight at Brennan Schaub. Now, he might very well be the thing that changes Austin forever. A lot of good drama there. A lot of good drama. Well, see and that's what happens every time I look at that comedy mainstream. Okay. They make it look so enticing.
It's considered Babylonian, and I'm not saying it is or isn't. I'm just telling you what I grew up in.
Babylon.
And so as a result, it turns out, and I'd be very bored at these meetings. There's 3 meetings a week, and I would be so bored I'd read the Bible. So I probably read the Bible about 20 times as part of your lessons, and also in boredom I would just read it. And then my friends that are close to me at the time, well, a couple of them are still my friends to this day, but when you leave, you're not, you could talk about it with them. So you understand you're immersed in it. And even if you're bored, you're immersed in it. And it's almost like a wax on, wax off. So when I hear, this is why I'm not a Christian, by the way, because I have absolutely no Christian love explaining shit to nobody. I'm actually enraged at all of you that you didn't already know this shit that I found out taking a shit. No, that's not Christian at all. That you're supposed to have some kind of love for people.
Do you believe in the teachings of Christ, of living like a good person and stuff like that, and turning the other cheek?
That's the golden rule, isn't it? Live like a good person. Yeah, I do. You can't go to war. We didn't vote. Here's what Jehovah's Witnesses were dead right about. Because there's a doomsday cult. Not doomsday for us, for you, asshole. That's always fine. I'm not being negative calling it that, is what I'm saying. We didn't vote, didn't join the military, never saluted the flag once in my life. When they passed the cupcakes around, Christmas cupcakes time, right?
How was it never designated a terrorist organization?
Well, not in this country. Well, no, they went to jail World War I for not going to war. So, no, Woodrow Wilson is when England brought us back into the fold of their soft power with their bullshit. We used to like France better, remember? And then all of a sudden, World War I, we like England now. And that was an op from England. And that's where all the Christianity that people pretend to be in here comes from. So, by the way, Pentecostals, anybody out there Pentecostal, speaking in tongues church, you know who made that popular in America? Because 47, it don't go back to Jesus, it goes back to 1947. The Kardashian family, that's who brought that here.
Watch out.
Kardashians. Not Kris Jenner. I'm talking about the Kardashian family. Look up Avok Hagobian. And I wish I remember this guy's channel's name, but he used to be in the William Branham cult. And if you look up Avok Hagobian, he's going to pop up. He's a bald guy with glasses. The channel's very informative. And people, if you're not religious, then I look at everybody's religion. That's why I'm excited about Gary Wayne coming on tomorrow.
Who's Gary Wayne?
He's a syncret.
Okay, now this guy, I didn't start from the beginning, but this guy had to Google search pinching a loaf or some kind of reference like that Kurt Metzger was just rattling off and joking around with. He thought it was a real thing and said that he didn't know what it meant and then looked it up. So throughout this whole stream, Kurt Metzger, yeah, does a lot. Does a lot with this guy. So I'm just jumping in right here. But we really should start it from the beginning. But let's see where this goes here.
He's he's a Christian. He's like he takes the Bible as like literal.
Oh, he's a Christian. I feel like I've heard enough of the Christian perspective where I get it.
And that's why.
Well, who's Jehovah and what
that's
did he
why
witness?
you're not. That's great that you just said that, because that's why you're not going to put the whole thing together. See, I feel like I've heard enough from Buddhists for the rest of my life. But the thing is, don't be smug and dismissive in none of it, because you need to put the puzzle together. And what Gary Wayne did, as a guy who's disclosing his prejudice to you immediately, which is what I appreciate, but he read everything. And then you can start to get some kind of dimensionality of the story. So when you hear the Anunnaki story...
Oh, yeah, here we go.
I just know this from victims of...
Okay, and... Oh, man, we need to start it from the beginning, because this guy says that he's starting a religion. But I believe it was only after he had mentioned something about people who start religions. He's like, oh, I started one. And so really good banter back and forth here. So this is great.
SRA, which are real, that's not made up, that's a real thing that happened. Jay Parker, I would tell you to look up. He's from...
I knew Jordan Peterson was full of shit when he denied that, by the way.
I saw him at the fucking mothership, because I watch him with what's her name? LeVay, the Taylor Swift LeVay. And I asked him about hypnosis. I use it sometimes in my work. That's it.
Thanks for
joining. And I messaged his daughter too about it. So because I see, so basically, I had this joke that I was doing at the mothership about how I support Israel's right to choose. Like, Israel's body's like a woman and her womb is like Gaza.
Yeah, I have a joke like that. My body, Mein Kampf.
If every
am I getting spammed?
If every so often she has to make a tough call and go up in there and kill some kids, that's her choice, and you should have to pay for it. Okay, now, by the way, not anti-Jew joke, not anti-Jewish. In fact, let me tell you something that gets my back up. Can I tell you what really rustles my jimmy sometimes, Ian? Watching little closeted, weirdo Jesuit programmed incel pedos that follow that Mexican catboy Führer talk shit about Jews. My best friend Big J, who's Jewish, his daughter's my goddaughter. Jay don't care about none of that shit.
All right,
okay,
but this is where this is where he starts kind of getting into this guy. Okay, he or he's kind of testing him out a bit here. So we'll check this out. But again, the whole time they be touching their arms. Okay, that's skin on skin contact right there, and he knows and notices and doesn't move his arm, and then at will Kurt Metzger will resonate his body to the point where it will lift his arm just through vibration and then become one with this arm for a brief moment. and that is clout currency. Okay, because this guy's got like 6 views, and he's touching arms with Kurt Metzger. What I wouldn't do to have my try be able to but touch the hem of Kurt Metzger's garment. So they are dressed the same too.
Is he could sense when a motherfucker's trying to come at him that way. And so he'll pick up when somebody's no good with that. Because anybody that's like that, if you, do you think the Jews are a problem? Do you think your thing is not a problem and in league with whatever you think the Jews did? You fucking fuck with? Who am I talking to? Anyway.
Me, actually.
The Vatican.
Yep. So it was because of something he had said before, and Kurt Metzger was like, "Oh man, don't tell me. Come on, man." And so he's like, "Listen, it's not about that. Okay, it goes up much further. Okay, but this guy is talking about drawing circles within a circle and starting a religion. So."
The Mormons, are you Pentecostal? That's that one. They're all cover for a coven. And if you're in a wizard school, the final initiation is to make your own religion. Did you know that?
No.
Well, you've completed wizard school. Congratulations. You got a tax exemption?
Yeah.
That's the goal. So when I had Aaron from Sea Org on my show, The Dope with Kurt, by the way, when I had him on, he said this thing that haunted me, dude. He goes, yeah, Scientology was never a sex cult. Because I've heard people say all cults become sex cults. No, they don't. Why? I never, and it blew my mind because I was like, I thought they all do that. No, it had a lot of faults and there's bad stuff that happened, but the cult was not, L. Ron Hubbard wasn't getting a harem off of it. He maybe would get a hand job from his wife. He does, it's like, why? Because you need to get, James McCann, comic James McCann explained it. And adult convert to Catholicism. Bizarre, but he's one of them kind of smart dudes that likes the intellectualism of tradition and whatever. He goes, yeah, because if you can make it not a sex cult, if you start a cult, if you can keep it from degenerating into a sex cult, then you become a religion. And you'll have time for sexual assault on your followers after you get the tax exemption. There'll be time for that. You got to Scarface this one. Have you Scarfaced your religion?
What does that
Scarface
mean?
It?
Like first you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the women.
Oh, I'm still working on the money part.
Well, it's important.
I have my house is a church.
Wait, so can you explain the tenets of your faith? Can you convert me to your faith real quick?
Well, so the first part is the Anunnaki created us by genetic modification to be a slave race.
Who made the Anunnaki?
Okay, so this is this guy's religion that he started.
James Cameron. I'm joking.
Well, so the first part is the Anunnaki created us by genetic modification to be a slave race.
Who made the Anunnaki? James Cameron. I'm joking. Go ahead.
I don't know. It was another group of some kind of beings. And then the universe started out at a single point and then spliced into different spheres, unlike meiosis.
I've seen Avengers Endgame. Go on.
And because if you know the flower of life, the pattern where it's intersecting circles, it's just
like a mandala or something they call it when you do DMT. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, like it's just that,
Oh,
it makes the flower.
Just a bunch of circles.
Well, I've seen an emblem Mark Passio wears. So Mark Passio, watch his lectures. They're unbelievably good. And I know him. He came to my shows and stuff. But he has an emblem that's like circles. And he's not a Christian. He's an ex-Church of Satan guy who exposes the stupid LaVey Church. Which, by the way, Intel's balls deep in it. It's all part of Intel going back before there even was a CIA. Okay. And he explains this stuff beautifully. And if you're like a ninny that you don't like the what supernatural terms or whatever, he puts it in a good secular way. Just imagine people with pickup artist psychology operating thousands of years ago before anybody knew what psychology was. And the key to it is, once I do those lies, so at first it's just sleight of hand. That's why people are magicians and con men. Every tarot card reader, close-up magic, con man type of dude I know really admires Mormonism, and they're fascinated by it, and they call Joseph Smith a prophet. Why? Because the guy was a fucking warlock, and he made a coven, and then he made a bunch of clean cattle around him that don't drink coffee.
Okay, why is every magician Jewish? All the biggest musicians. David Copperfield.
I think he said musician. I think he said musician.
Magicians.
The guy that wrote, that drew the Baphomet picture, he wasn't Jewish. He was faking he was Jewish. He was pretending to be Jewish. He was a French guy LARPing as a Jew. Kabbalah is why, and also you have to keep in mind, there's not one Judaism like that, dude. It's not. So after the temple gets destroyed, and there's no way to, I don't know how much theology you know, but basically you would have to do a sacrifice in the temple for the remittance of sin. That's like that scapegoat shit and all that. And if you're Christian, Jesus being sacrificed, even though he didn't do nothing, that buys you out of your slavery from that you got put in, right? That's in the Christian lore. But what happens in Judaism is, so now they don't have a temple to go do the sacrifice. So now they're burdened with sin. Just theologically, it's a problem, right? So they had to move to more rabbinical Judaism. And so that's where you start breaking off into the Talmud, which is not a Bible. It's legal arguments. A lot of them are very gross, but you have to imagine there was an Alan Dershowitz in every time period. Okay? But there's also a lot of Jews, like the Karaites were the ones that Russia didn't persecute because they were Torah Jews that were going from the written word. You see, there's a little technicality where it's like there's the spoken Torah, so then that includes the Talmud. But these are a lot of factions, okay?
You notice Jeffrey Epstein had the entire Talmud behind him in his office?
Well, I'm going to tell you the main important thing. Don't focus on Jews like let's say you could abracadabra the Jews away, okay? Do you think that's going to...
So, and this guy going into this was very much about that, okay? And so this is Kurt Metzger kind of realizing this in real time and trying to navigate all that.
And the problem? You must be an idiot.
I do. I think it would
Okay,
end...
I don't want to drop the thing you said not to drop, but I think I know why. Because self-hate's the greatest love of all.
I think pornography would become less...
Why would you think
prevalent.
something like that?
Because every major porn company is run by Jews.
Again, why would you... Okay, but much like the dragon imagery... pornography too is ubiquitous across the world. So you see how that's not really a thing. And what would you replace the Jews with? Because the people that mostly say this dumb shit are usually telling me Catholic shit. You're not Catholic, right?
No.
He's trying to figure it out.
You made your own religion. I apologize.
I'm an interdimensionalist.
You know what? We're getting sidetracked by Jews. I got another.
I'm an interdimensionalist.
You know what? We're getting sidetracked by Jews.
A little bit of a Mark Norman contact there.
Shit. You're not Catholic, right?
No.
Oh, what are you? Oh, you made your own religion. I apologize.
And there it is. And he's like, I've been touched by Kurt Metzger. Yeah, that's how he just anointed this. But
I'm an interdimensionalist.
You know what? We're getting sidetracked by Jews.
Yes.
You made your own religion. I apologize.
Oh, I got. This is a little bit of the 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 rookie show. Little fun time here. Um, but he's like, yeah. Oh, Kurt. But he does got to say, hey, man, you good? You okay? Oh, man.
I'm an interdimensionalist.
You know what? We're getting sidetracked by Jews. I got another. Dude, first of all, the only reason I know the truth about how bad Gaza is because Jews told me. That's the only reason I know. I'm a good man who's prejudiced against Arabs and Muslims like all good people. Do you think I want to say that it's a genocide? I don't. Jews told me. I would never listen to an Arab. I'm good. Okay? I can't make that clear. If I know that how bad Gaza is, okay, it's not because I'm not prejudiced against Arabs. I want to assure everyone of that. That's Israel's fault. But again, Zionism and Judaism are not the same thing. And the only people who say that are Nazis and Zionists. I promise you he was a Fed and all that other bullshit. It's not productive and it doesn't.
So this glitching is his actual brainwave pattern going to gamma. Okay, that's a gamma wave that interrupts the Wi-Fi signal. And that's charisma right there. So he's got a lot of it, and he'll disrupt your feed just because he has a strong thought. So yeah, just know that going in. You gotta make sure your bandwidth is capable of his peak.
Help anyone to blame it all on the Jews. So the only people that do that 9 times out of 10 are working for Israel. So be careful with that shit. Now tell me your faith.
Well, if I start working for Israel, I'll get a bunch of free money.
Hey, look, what's your goal you're trying to get at? Why? You know what I'm saying? I don't mean you specifically, but just like.
No, you do, and you should. He's just trying to be funny, but here we are. So let's see if we can get through.
What's the goal here?
Figure things out.
I just told you. You're welcome.
A question asker.
Well, you're welcome. I just told you it.
I'm a hunter.
I just told you it. You
question asker. Cover the truth. I just want to find the truth. I want to figure things out.
I just told you.
A truth seeker. Oh man. No. We don't like them truth seekers. Okay. He's already about to bend time and space with that calligraphy in his fingers. Ancient knowledge, where if you align your fingers up a certain way, you can communicate to the interdimensional world. Okay, just ask what was Elon Musk's wife, the pop singer. She's got all the tattoos. She knows how to transverse the interdimensional world.
My personal goal is to uncover the truth. I just want to find the truth. I want to figure things out.
I just told you. You're welcome.
I'm a question asker.
Well, you're welcome. I just told you it.
I'm a hunter.
I just told you it. You're welcome.
You
just got derped.
I see what you're getting at, and you make some good points, but also it totally is the Jews. And I'm not saying it's just all Jews, and as soon as a Jew is born, they're destined
By the
to
way,
be a
it's totally not.
pornographer.
I thought you had a degree of understanding how this works. So
There's some Jews. There are some Jews involved in everything.
You're going to have to not be two-dimensional with this, dude. First of all, the reason there is an Israel there is because that's what's called British soft power. I would tell everybody to get the book Tragedy and Hope. My rabbi, Richard Grove from Grand Theft World podcast, sent it to me. It's written by Carol Quigley, who was a mentor of Bill Clinton, respected Georgetown polymath, given cosmic level clearance in the archives. Remember when Douglas Murray, do you see that with Douglas Murray? You haven't been to the archives, Dave Smith?
No.
Oh, and Drew is hilarious. That fucking, that fruity neocon.
Now, he will. I mean, Kurt Metzger already loves to ask before he says something, if you know who that person is, okay? And I wouldn't get half of his references, but there's just something about this interaction that made this guy we got another Mark Norman contact. But this is reverse, okay? Because Mark Norman's the host of his show and will try to reach out and touch you. But Kurt Metzger only does that when he's a guest, okay? You don't do that when you're a hosted, but if you're a guest, you're a guest. So this is a man who's trying to hold on to ideas.
Douglas Murray?
No.
That to look into Kurp's eyes like that. But he won't let you. Okay? That's a lot of closeness. A lot of closeness. That's a deep look. Wow. Looks like a candlelight dinner.
What's his deal?
He wrote a book called Why We Need Neocons in 2007. And he's like, all the anti-woke shit, which is some kind of psyop with Mossad and CIA to make you, they do the dialectic. You know what that is, right?
Nope.
Tell me about your religion first, and then I keep sidetracking us, and I feel like it's my fault.
No.
Dude, and Kurt kind of, he's like, oh, like I need to, kind of test the room first and maybe not just dish out all these pearls to the swine, okay? And you don't know a couple things, then he's gonna retract, okay? But again, I'm not gonna know half the stuff, okay? So, but you for sure ain't going to be touching Kurp's skin like that, okay? They all are touching each other. They want they got that's why guys wear short sleeves. This is why guys wear short sleeves. It's so that you might rub elbows. Okay, that's a... But he's a bit upset here. He's like, oh God, what did I get myself into? Okay, so he is playing a bit of cleanup. And he's 33, believe it or not. Probably should start from the beginning, because there's a lot of stuff in here that Kurt Metzger was realizing in real time about this old chap.
This is exactly how I expected this and wanted this to go.
I wanted to make
over the place with all these different things.
I wanted to pitch a show a long time ago called Convert Kurt, and I would sincerely, because I don't debate nobody. By the way, the thing about Israel, I am prejudiced against Islam, and I want to be on Israel's side, and they screwed up so bad I can't be.
Why is that?
Because
why do you want to be on Israel's side, and what do you have against?
Because
Islam?
Much like every other fucking American, well, first of all. I'm friends with everybody, man. And the Comedy Cellar, which is my best club.
He's getting those deep thoughts
until
again.
Mothership just pays out the ass. It's great.
He's getting visuals.
But Cellar is like,
visuals.
to feel like a real comic, I played the Cellar, dude. By the way, I do stand-up.
He's resonating.
Yeah, take the Jews out of stand-up. That's going to be great, morons. Absolutely stupid. What a stupid idea.
He's glitching everything.
Also, most of the time, only Jews know what the fuck I'm even talking about. Most people don't know what I'm on about, except highly literate Jews. So and I'm from the Northeast.
So you just don't want to offend your friends. That's really what it's about.
Well, I don't give a fuck if I offend. What? Are you even listening to me?
Yeah. You're saying that
I don't care about offending anybody. I say what I think. I'm not. You see, there's a level. That's how you invented a religion.
You really don't see all the connections between things that Jews have done and every world war, and 9/11, and JFK, and the Titanic.
You know that the non-Jews were in on it too. So clearly, there's something larger than the Jews, right?
Yes, it is larger than the Jews. But I have.
Do you want to get to the truth?
I have to point out that it is the Jews because there's so much effort to deny that it is. Like when you talk to black people and you're like, "Yeah, you guys steal a lot more than the rest of us." They'll be like, "Yeah, we do that.
Okay,
we do that." I mean, I've been robbed 4 times in my life, all by different black people. But
well, you're in crypto, so I suspect that's not true.
Well, it wasn't crypto that I got robbed. It was
I think
laptops.
Are you thinking of small time robbery and not
breaking and entering,
not like income tax and so on and so forth? And there's 200.
No, that's Jew stuff.
Okay, dude, it's going to be impossible for me not to reveal a thing you don't want me to reveal, and I'm a little bewildered. What's your goal here? Because I'm telling you, the truth, I don't fuck around with like. Well, I don't know what the fuck you.
I don't like when people deny things, even though.
Are you kidding me?
Even though I'm doing.
Well, don't have a fucking grift. Don't sell some shit you don't believe. Don't have a secret thing no one can know about you. Everyone can know about me. I'm a big fuck up. I don't give a shit. And by the way, I ain't ashamed of shit. So Why the fuck would, dude? How do you understand how destructive it is to not be 100% open? Do you understand that? You're talking a lot of shit on Jews, right?
Yeah.
Okay, look, you don't have to drop this, but you ever have a friend that is obviously gay and you don't care? They're your friend, but they got some weird personal thing, and so you got to pretend you don't know they're gay, and you've known them for many years. I could think of several people off the top of my head. That's the situation that you're creating talking this Jew shit. Does that make sense? And I like you, dude. I hate having a little secret because that's what intel covens do.
I'm not saying that Jews should die.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just saying that.
Don't say the Jews at all. And honestly, dude. Listen,
Okay, there's people that happen to be Jewish.
what's the goal of marketing that's the Jews? What's the goal of that?
I don't know. It's been getting.
You have a goal.
People want to hear me talk about it.
Okay. So there's a goal there. I know everyone throws the term grift around. Most of you don't know what the fuck it means, but what it does mean is saying a thing that you yourself don't believe, you just want to sell it for the money. That's a grift. That's being a con man.
No. I believe everything I say, and I'm not making any money. There's really no.
But
if anything, this is hurting my chances at success. If anything, this is just self-sabotage.
Okay, well, if you don't do a full disclosure, you've already sabotaged. Because let me explain something to you. The only people that do this, and I hope you're not going to stick with it, because
He's
to
trying to help him out here.
that's Nick Fuentes in a nutshell. And I don't gloat on Sam Hyde for having him on, even though I said Sam asked him about January 6th, because I think Sam Hyde's fucking a real artist, man. And I don't know if he's going to just be the living embodiment of the sin of wrath his whole life. I hope he's not. But he had that little fucker on, and he didn't ask him no real questions that I want to know. I want to know the truth. I always want to know the truth. You want to know the truth? Well, you should tell the truth all the fucking time. And that's how we all get to know the truth. Okay? So Nick Fuentes comes out and says there's no way Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Why? Because, well, as the news is telling us now, there's a blackmail operation based on people's search histories. And I wonder if a weird little homo who's probably Ashkenazi himself, okay? Again, my ex, I was with an Israeli girl, well, she's from here, but 10 years, and we were engaged and all that. I don't have no issue with Jews. I have an issue with killing kids and starving kids and raping kids, and really adults too. I also would like to not be murdered, and I have a problem with every single war that we've had here that has just been a mass satanic blood sacrifice. And I have a problem with Babylonian money magic. I have a problem with it. Like, I won't invent a religion because I fucking hate this shit. I resent it. That's why I hate pyramids. I resent the symbol of the fucking control over me. Like I should have to hide anything about myself to people at all to make a... Fuck that shit, dude. I became a professional clown, so I don't never have to do that. And I watch these people do it all the time. And it'll get real aggressive when you scrape on their fucking costume. I come in with it because it's actually a cultic. I stole it from Michael Malice. Michael Malice will do these beautiful costumes that and not address them. It's my favorite thing in the world.
Okay, so as you can see, the audio is still there. It's the video. Okay, this is him glitching the matrix through logos, the thought, and the spoken word, and you can't put it in a time matrix. Okay.
At all to make a... Fuck that shit, dude. I became a professional clown, so I don't never have to do that. And I watch these people do it all the time. And it'll get real aggressive when you scrape on their fucking costume. I come in with it because it's actually a cultic. I stole it from Michael Malice. Michael Malice will do these beautiful costumes that and not address them. It's my favorite thing in the world. And people get mad while they watch. You ever seen him talk to Jordan Peterson?
Movies here.
I've seen clips.
He's wearing Ultimate Warrior face paint and
like this,
and
just stills like this.
Like, this is how evil works, and I was crying.
This is awesome.
Just the thumbnail. And but that's a form of projecting your domain around other
Well, so why do
He's
you hate
projecting
occultism
his
if you're not
electric
Christian?
because I
magnetic
want to
waves.
find out everybody's secret and snitch to everyone. I'm going to run my fucking mouth. I'm
Oh,
what's
he's
called
a
the pincher
snitch.
of the loaf. You
Oh, here it
surely
is.
you've read about that in your holy books.
No, what's that?
He's going to be looking up
Came to pinch the loaf.
to pinch the
Cut
loaf.
the shit. Cut the fucking shit, dude. Get it?
Yeah.
We've
No, he did. Okay, so he goes in and he just explained the whole thing. Okay. He said, pincher of the loaf, cut the shit. He's like, you get it? Cut the shit. And he's like, yeah. And he's like, no, you did. All right, so let's just take it back here. Okay. Now this is, again, 33 and just started a religion where he's drawing circles within circles and creating the pattern of creation, the flower, the 1,000-petal lotus. And so he's now trying to figure out what the pincher of the loaf means. And Kurt can't believe that he's looking it up. He's like, wait a second. Are you looking it up? Okay, now let's watch this.
of projecting your domain around other
Well, so why do you hate occultism if you're not Christian?
because I want to find out everybody's secret and snitch to everyone. I'm going to run my fucking mouth. I'm what's called the pincher of the loaf. You surely have read about that in your holy books.
No, what's that?
I came to pinch the loaf. Cut the shit. Cut the fucking shit, dude. Get it?
Yeah.
Where you from?
He said, yeah.
Irvine, California.
Okay, he said, yeah. And as he's typing, and now, maybe if I didn't hear him correctly the first time, I would have been like, the what? And he's like, the pincher of the loaf. I'm like, oh, okay, funny. And he okay, but you get it.
Oh, that's why you think it's okay to do this. You see how
So he just found out where he's from, and now understands why he thinks the way he thinks.
crying laughing at just the thumbnail. And but that's a form of projecting your domain around other
Well, so why do you hate occultism if you're not Christian?
because I want to find out everybody's secret and snitch to everyone. I'm going to run my fucking mouth. I'm what's called the pincher of the loaf. You surely have read about that in your holy books.
No, what's that?
I came to pinch the loaf. Cut the shit. Cut the fucking shit, dude. Get it?
Yeah.
Where you from?
Irvine, California.
Oh, that's why you think it's okay to do this. You see how you're inverted now.
What is your perception of Irvine? Pinch a loaf is a slang phrase meaning to defecate.
No, it means to cut the log. How long are we all going to be letting this shit go on? I say pinch it off.
He didn't know what that meant, so he's spending all this time Google searching and ChatGPTing what pincher of the loaf is. And Kurp's already on to 3 other subjects. I mean, he then figured out where you're from. Yeah. Starting a religion. You do. Dude. You ain't starting no religion at 30.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and
I'm playing the long game here.
you don't. People have said that to me, and I'm going to tell you they were wrong. Play the living in your life right now, and don't.
You gotta be in the moment.
Don't see what you're talking about. You ever hear this phrase? Is that the hill you want to die on? You ever hear?
Yeah, the long game. These long game conmen trying to hedge their bets.
That?
Yeah.
I've heard it for years, especially working in TV. And what? Am I going to be killed because I wasn't lying? Fuck you. I think I'm not saving up political capital to tell the truth.
So do you think?
I don't care about my fucking career. Why do any of you? People will come at me when I attack Nick Fuentes, but I just want that Twinkie to be happy. Why is everybody got to be a fake thing? You're not trad cat. Nick, if the world you pretend that you say you want, which you don't, of medieval Catholicism came to pass, just your fucking weird hands alone are the sign of the witch, and you would be burnt. And you should be for those hands. And you're a test tube homunculus. So why are you saying a thing that would automatically have you burning on a bundle of sticks? I don't want to say what a bundle of sticks is. Why would you be out here doing that? I bet you got no choice because he looked at your goddamn search history. Where you were into my friend Blair White, who family invented my cult I grew up in. Blair White. Russell is her real name. The Russell family invented
the trans one?
The Passage Trans Online. Blair has a wild background. Watch Ol Kurp, you can see the talk about it. And Blair said people have to know and whatever, but I felt bad at first where I'm being too casual with a dark thing that real people get killed about. I was a little casual. But this stuff has to come out. And I also...
Yeah. Now, which one was he referring to? Not the previous one, but the one a couple of them ago. Let's see it again.
And Blair said people have to know and whatever, but I felt bad at first where I'm being too casual with a dark thing that real people get killed about. I was a little casual. But this stuff has to come out. And I also don't give a fuck, So I would start hearing everybody out. I would abandon where you're going to pick a scapegoat club or tribe. I don't think, it's the Freemasons, it's the Jews, it's the Catholic. You better get the fuck over that shit, motherfuckers. You ain't never getting out of this. Get over that stupid shit. That's aesthetics. Get over it. Get the fuck over it. You don't got to kill nobody. You don't got to do nothing except not consent.
So you think if you removed
Don't
one group,
consent.
another group would just rise to their position?
Are you asking me that? Dude, I don't believe you're dumb enough to not know the answer to that. I don't believe it.
No, I do. I think that is the case.
Obviously. So what does that tell you? What does it tell you about this snake blowing itself forever? This is so you just described being on the dumbass wheel of Samsara, the Jeremy from Quartering wheel, where you go, I want to talk about the left and market myself and my marketing. Don't tell anybody. No. Stop it. Oh my God. I gotta, might be a 4-claw podcast.
A what?
A 4-claw podcast. It's not. There's only a 1.5 claw so far. I gotta stop drinking because I'm a fat fuck now, but I hurt myself. But I'm gonna check out them things you were telling me about, BCCs. Many people have recommended BCCs to me.
The peptides, yeah, BPC 157 and TB 500.
Because I haven't healed. Oh man, after the pandemic, I remember I started working out. I felt so good. First I just wanted sun, okay, and then
You gotta get that sun.
I live by Runyon Canyon, so I just walk and whatever, listen to music, but I crave sunlight so goddamn bad. And then it was like being a battery, and I would just do it all the time. And I injure myself, and that's what happens. And my addictive personality, I do too much, and I hurt myself in some fucking stupid way. Again. And then I'm a fat fuck again.
That's getting old, man. That happens to me every time I drink. Every time I drink, I train and I injure myself.
Well,
just gotta stay hydrated. Stay hydrated.
Just smoke weed and exercise. I really do.
Kurt, just stay hydrated and hit them trails.
I don't see no problem with it, and I like nicotine when I exercise. And all bodybuilders I ever knew told me that that's a good thing. I never heard nothing bad about nicotine, just the smoke part.
All right, how about Stephen
Apparently, it's good. It's good for you. It's good for your mind.
Hawking? What do you think?
But not the cigarettes. Okay, the cigarettes is what is killing everyone. So it's the packaging. Okay. They used to have nice tobacco leaves.
Thoughts on him?
Do you think he really had all those affairs? I feel like he was just graped a lot because the man, look, when they said he went to Epstein's Island and people were like, I'm disappointed in him. Why? Because he was graped, obviously. What, the guy that, it took him like supposedly a long time to even spell out a message. It wasn't even as fast as.
I think he was literally a puppet. They were just moving him around, making him say whatever they wanted him to say. He spoke high on gravity and black holes. Now I'm starting to think, is gravity even real? Are black holes real? His whole mission was to talk about that. And he was clearly compromised if he was on Epstein Island, and he was clearly a puppet if he couldn't talk for himself.
Look. So, I would say it's a little bit too simple.
I haven't seen one of these things in a long time. You got a Gatorade sport bottle? And then the thin plastic one that makes it squeeze easier, but brings it down from a 20 ounce to a 16 ounce. Oop. Did you get that at a gas station? Where is it?
Well, I'm just asking a question.
Okay, well,
I'm not saying gravity is fake because of that, but I'm saying, I'm asking, do we really know what gravity is?
Of course you don't. But who gives a shit? I don't give a shit. This is like, do we know what shape the Earth?
Oh, we got some physics going on here. What is he talking about?
It took him like supposedly a long time to even spell out a message. It wasn't even and like he was just graped a lot because the nicotine, just the smoke part.
All right, here we go.
All right, how about Stephen Hawking? What are your thoughts on him?
Do you think he really had all those affairs? I feel like he was just graped a lot because the man, look, when they said he went to Epstein's Island and people were like, I'm disappointed in him. Why? Because he was graped, obviously. What, the guy that, it took him like supposedly a long time to even spell out a message. It wasn't even as fast as.
I think he was literally a puppet. They were just moving him around, making him say whatever they wanted him to say. He spoke high on gravity and black holes. Now I'm starting to think, is gravity even real? Are black holes real? His whole mission was to talk about that. And he was clearly compromised if he was on Epstein Island, and he was clearly a puppet if he couldn't talk for himself.
Look. So, I would say it's a little bit too simplistic of a thing to say. I'm just asking a question. Okay, well,
I'm not saying gravity is fake because of that, but I'm saying, do we really know what gravity is?
Of course you don't. But who gives a shit? I don't give a shit. This is like, do we know what shape the Earth is? I don't give a shit. Do you feel like it's flat? It's flat. Now what happens? Nothing? Oh, we'll just go on as usual. Look, you know economics, right?
Watch out.
So what's the economics?
Hey, relax.
What's the economics of saying the Earth's the wrong shape?
And
no one's giving me a good motive. They go, well, because it makes you more far away from God or something. What? I believe in God, and I don't think it's flat, so I don't understand what you're talking about. Well, if they can make you believe that, they can make you believe anything. They already can make you believe anything, asshole. So don't act like you're so slick and they slip the shape of the Earth by you. What the fuck changes that would have a conspiracy that includes all the pilots and ship captains and Big Compass and Big Globe, and what the fuck are you talking about, you Jesuit programmed imbecile? Why don't you not get off a detour at retard every time where you go down to, I don't like the Jews and the Earth is flat, which, if you really don't like the Jews, I'm sure a Jew came up with that stupid idea you're saying while you pretend to hate Jews. Who am I talking to? Okay, I've heard a lot of this shit, okay? Number one, if you are a Christian and you believe in God, you better get the fuck off your tribal bullshit. First of all, your country is fake. It's always been fake. It's Disneyland. America should be a podcast by now. Why are you falling for this all the time? Because you like football or something? What's wrong with you? Well, I'm mad because black guys get the pussy. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You care about... Yeah, like, do you want America to succeed? Do you like being an American? Do you think America should be a world power?
I want God to destroy all the governments of the earth sooner rather than later.
So you're anarchist?
No, I don't. again, I hate your stupid.
You're
not
just
you.
anti-labels. I'm legitimately trying to figure out where
there
you're
ain't
coming
no
from.
fucking template that's gonna fix nothing. It's an individual thing. Okay, so you have to not consent and not give over to lying and saying stupid shit for yourself. Right? By the way, I want to start buying with Dave Lucas. We're going to start. It's called Low Value Mail. But Danny Polachek already has one where he reads mail. But ours is about how you could just be, people like look smaxing, and I don't do that shit. I get way better pussy than I should get. I'm a low value male, and I get laid all the time, you losers. I'm not rich. Have shit. Doing it late anyway. The kids like that, right? Don't be a fucking golem. Don't be an NPC. Because what that is a hollowed out creature to be inhabited by the latest thing. You're like, I can't tell people who I am. I got to hide a thing about myself so I can become a vessel for the thing. Because that's how I make my money, from the tree of the fucking knowledge. Anyway, what's your religion? I never learned.
I got a whole thing typed out here.
Okay.
This is all
Interdimensional temple. I'm with you. Go on.
So, words create reality. Cymatics are geometric shapes.
What's cymatic?
Cymatics are geometric shapes which can be expressed through sound. Like if you put salt on a plate and the
Oh
plate
yeah,
frequency
it vibrate. Okay,
sorts
okay.
itself into sound.
Like a interference pattern. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and then that's a double slit experiment with the interference pattern. And then there's a Japanese rice water experiment.
Okay, I
how
know
when you
that
have two
part.
cups of water, you say I love you to one, you say fuck you bitch ass water to the other. That one gets moldy.
When does it branch off from Hermeticism?
It's mainly just hermeticism.
Brilliant. Cut and print. You got a religion. Guess what, everyone? All the religion, but that's great. That's how you do it, but that's exactly how you do it. That's why Hermeticism came about in the Renaissance. They translated it all. So all of our religions in America, including the ones that hate the Jews, but they're all the same, from the same source. And by the way, it's not the Jews. It's Frankists and Sabbatean Frankists. Those are how, would you say Aleister Crowley was a Christian? Would you call? Okay, so there's a Jewish version of that. It's called Frankism. And do you know how Aleister Crowley, you know how Satanists hate Christians? Well, imagine, and I know you can relate to this.
Oh man, he's trying to let him know. It's like, you gotta get off that.
Being a Jew that hates Jews so much, you want to hurt them. And now you're satanic. Imagine, if you could, try to get your head around it. That's who is doing that. And what they do, so the pogroms, guess who was in on that? In fact, the Pope at the time, when they were really getting hardcore into pogroms, was like, what are you maniacs doing? Because Jesuit idiots and Sabotage Heavy or Frankish followers, the Satan ones, had joined with the crazy Nick Fuentes Catholics to do pogroms. And then the Pope had to say, this is nuts. You know, it's too big of a group. So
Okay, so this is a good old rant, and he kind of went off on all. This old religion guy. Okay, so don't be starting religions. Don't be starting anything like that. Just create your content. Okay, that's the only thing that matters, is just content. It's all the content. Kind of want to get into this just to have a little Kurt break. This one, it goes off the rails on subject matter, but definitely not in the trying to connect mentally. But it was still pretty funny. So I think he did well, kind of. And I guess he's coming out with a part 2. So there's a part 2 to this coming out. And all good to check out sometime. Let's check out the GATE program. Mall World and Beyond. Ooh. Nothing more scary than an empty mall. Or a filled one.
You're starting to remember. You're finally starting to remember. The GATE program. Gifted and talented education. Accelerated learning. Complex learning. Advanced learning. You've been on our radar for a long time. You're finally ready.
Uh-oh.
If you saw the video I did on the GATE program, you'll remember we explored its...
Oh, okay, yes, this is hacked headlines. Okay, so oh, sorry about that. Wait, I need to drink water. 1 second. Okay, this is hacked headlines. The one that I thought that might have been an AI voice. It could very well not be, okay? But it's really hard to tell sometimes. Really hard to tell sometimes. But she had a pretty good one about MK Ultra and CERN and a bunch of stuff. And it got taken down because it had to do with Stranger Things. And so they got hit because of the Stranger Things theme song. At least that's what happened with mine.
Strange connections to psychic research, the gateway tapes used for consciousness expansion, Zener cards for ESP testing, the mysterious pink drink some students remember being given, and the possibility that GATE wasn't just about finding gifted students, but about studying, identifying, and training children with unique or even psychic potential for future government projects. But that's not where the story ends. Because when former GATE students found each other online as adults, they realized something strange.
You ain't never gonna find me.
They weren't just connected by their childhood experiences. They shared remarkably similar traits, struggles, and abilities in adulthood. And most bizarrely, many of them shared the exact same recurring dream. They call it Mall World, a liminal space that feels strange, yet familiar. Even though these people have never met in real life, they all describe having eerily similar dreams about this place. But before we get into that, let's talk about some of the other traits they share. First, there's the pattern recognition. GATE kids as adults report an almost compulsive ability to see patterns everywhere. In data, in social situations, in random events. They make connections others miss, sometimes to the point of paranoia. They overthink everything, analyzing situations from every possible angle, unable to turn off the analytical part of their brain. Sleep problems are nearly universal. Insomnia, delayed sleep phase syndrome, vivid dreams, difficulty maintaining normal sleep schedules. Many report being natural night owls, feeling more alert and creative in the late evening and early morning hours. Some wonder if the consciousness exercises from childhood permanently altered their sleep architecture. There's also a pervasive sense of not fitting in. Many gay adults report feeling like outsiders their entire lives, struggling with social anxiety, feeling like they're observing human behavior from the outside rather than naturally participating in it.
This seems like a fortune cookie that just applies to everything, or like a horoscope that just generic enough that okay, everyone feels these things. Everyone's had that empty mall space. Okay, we've all had times where we were lost in the mall. I was lost as a kid all the time. Are you kidding me? I got lost, and this is before 5, I would say. Oh, I mean, what do I know? But here we are.
They often describe feeling like they're playing a role in social situations, rather than being authentic. Many also report strong creative abilities. They excel at abstract thinking, creative problem solving, and artistic pursuits. They think laterally, coming up with unconventional solutions. Many work in creative fields, technology, or research positions that require innovative thinking. People who went through the GATE program often describe an intense drive to understand everything. They fall into research spirals, spending hours or days obsessively learning about a topic that caught their interest. They collect information, create mental frameworks, and need to understand the why behind everything. Simple answers are never enough. Many report early and intense existential awareness. They remember pondering death, consciousness, and the nature of reality as young children. As adults, many are drawn to spiritual or philosophical pursuits, meditation, and altered states of consciousness. They're seeking something, though they often can't articulate what. Despite their abilities, many struggle with chronic fatigue, burnout, and difficulty maintaining consistent energy levels. It's as if their minds are constantly running at high speed, burning through their physical resources. Executive dysfunction is common,
strong energy all the
knowing
time.
What needs to be done but struggling to execute. And then there's the dreams, the one experience that stands out as too specific and too consistent to be coincidence. It all started with people online discussing something strange, a recurring dream about a mall that doesn't exist. As more people shared their experiences, a pattern emerged. Thousands of people were dreaming about the same place, and a disproportionate number of them were former GATE students. A massive, sprawling shopping mall that exists in the dreams of thousands of people, and the details match in ways that shouldn't be possible. It's always multi-level, usually 3 to 5 floors, though the exact number is hard to pin down. The layout doesn't follow logical architecture. Hallways loop back on themselves. You can walk in a straight line and somehow end up where you started. Escalators and elevators don't always lead where they should. The stores are familiar but wrong. Brand names that almost make sense but aren't quite real. A bookstore that's always there but changes location. A department store that you can never quite remember the name of. Shops that feel like real stores from childhood but merged together. Hybrid versions that exist only in this space. The lighting is specific and consistent across reports.
Yeah, just like mine.
Fluorescent, creating a hazy, dreamlike quality. But always that distinctive mall lighting that makes it hard to tell what time of day it is. There's usually a food court, but the restaurants aren't quite right. Sometimes there's a movie theater attached, though you rarely actually watch a movie. Often there are sections that are abandoned or under construction, wings of the mall that are dark or closed off. People wander the mall, sometimes shopping, sometimes just walking. Often they're looking for something specific they can never find, a particular store, an exit, a person they're supposed to meet. The mall feels both safe and unsettling, familiar and wrong, nostalgic and ominous. Sometimes there are other...
Okay, so this is when the narrative gets really long and like a little overly descriptive, and it just seems like it's AI script. And yeah, it's just too much filler.
People there, faceless shoppers, background figures. Sometimes it's empty, but there's always a feeling of being watched.
But if that's a real person and she's writing this if she's writing this stuff and she's recording it, then more power to her. That's awesome. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out if that's it. Yeah, I've always not that it matters.
The mall itself being aware of you. Some report that the mall changes based on their emotional state, becoming darker and more threatening when they're anxious and more welcoming when they're calm. People return to this mall in their dreams for years, even decades. They know its geography intimately.
You can never go
They can
back.
describe specific landmarks, a fountain in a particular atrium,
Oh,
a
man.
bathroom tucked behind an escalator,
Never
a
go to
circular
those.
skylight in a specific wing. And when they compare notes with strangers online, the landmarks match. From a psychological perspective, this could be explained. Malls were built using standardized design principles. Anyone who grew up in the 80s, 90s, or early 2000s spent significant time in malls. Our brains could be creating a composite dream space based on amalgamated memories. But that doesn't explain why the composite is so specific, why the same impossible architecture, why the same emotional tenor, why so many of the dreamers are former GATE students. So what's the connection? Why would children selected for potential psychic ability grow up to share the same dream space? One theory, GATE students.
Okay. You can't tell me you never had the idea of, dreams being these, it's a mental scape. It's a landscape, mental scape. And everyone that goes to sleep enters into that same landscape, and you're just in different parts of it, like a whole big old video game. You drop into the server. So that's what dreams are, in my opinion. Or wouldn't it be cool if it was like that? But also they are something very specific to, to you. You're not like, anyway, who knows? I haven't dreamt. I've never dreamt. I'm a never dreamer.
Were trained in visualization.
Ooh, look at those headphones. Watch out, Kurt Metzger. Gotta start having flashbacks.
And consciousness techniques. The Gateway tapes specifically taught out-of-body experiences and mental projection. What if these children, their minds trained in similar ways during crucial developmental years, inadvertently created a shared mental space? A collective unconscious location based on the most common neutral public space of their era. Another theory goes deeper.
And there's going to be that show, the collective unconscious, collective unconsciousness, consciousness. Who is I think it was actually going to be produced by the Wachowski siblings. Maybe even the first couple episodes directed by them. And it had a different name, like Sector 9 or something like that. And I wonder if there was going to be something like that where they were able to tap into this space.
What if it was intentional? What if part of the training was learning to access a shared consciousness space? The mall could have been used as a common reference point, a meeting ground in collective awareness. And even though the program ended, even though the children grew up, they still returned to that space in their sleep. Or perhaps the darkest theory, what if Mall World is a created space, a psychic construct deliberately designed and implanted in these children's minds, a place where they could be monitored, studied, or even contacted, a backdoor in consciousness, installed in childhood, waiting to be activated? We don't know. We may never know, but the correlation between GATE students and Mall World dreamers is too strong to ignore. It's also important to note that Mall World isn't the only shared experience that keeps appearing in GATE discussions. once people started comparing notes about their sleep and dreams, more patterns emerged. Experiences that shouldn't be common, but are. Sleep paralysis appears at unusually high rates among former GATE students, but beyond shadow patterns,
Oh God.
naturally control them.
God.
Some say this started
You can watch that. I don't need to be watching no shadow people. Okay.
during or shortly after GATE. Others developed it later, but find it happens with unusual frequency, shortly after within their dreams, and able to control them. Some abilities are studied during these episodes. Many also report naturally developing lucid dreaming abilities,
Who
becoming
hasn't?
conscious within their dreams, and able to control them. Some say this started during or shortly after GATE. Others developed it later, but find it happens with unusual frequency.
Yeah.
They describe being able to return to specific dream locations intentionally, as if they have a map of a dream geography that remains stable across visits. Mall World is often one of these locations, but not the only one. Sometimes it's a specific house or apartment that isn't their real home but feels like it belongs to them. Many describe them as being mansions, or they'll find themselves in a school with impossible architecture, a city or town they've never visited in waking life but know intimately in dreams.
robotic,
Like Mall
of
World,
course.
these places remain stable across years or decades of visits with the same landmarks and geography. Some former GATE students report encountering the same figures in their dreams repeatedly. Not people they know from waking life, but distinct characters that appear across multiple dreams. They seem to be the same figures, similar appearance, similar behavior,
No.
similar roles in the dreams, as if certain entities or archetypes are
No.
shared across the collective dream space. Many also report sleep behaviors that started in childhood and continue into adulthood. Sleep talking, often in coherent sentences or conversations with unseen others, sleepwalking to specific locations, and night terrors that feel different from normal nightmares, more like memories than dreams. A significant number report dreams that later come true. Not vague symbolism that could apply to anything, but specific details, conversations that happen word for word, events that unfold exactly as dreamed, people they meet for the first time who they've already seen in dreams. Some keep dream journals and can point to documented predictions. Others have learned to recognize which dreams feel different, more real, more significant, like glimpses of actual future events. Are these just common experiences that seem more significant when people are looking for patterns? Are they the result of having been trained in consciousness techniques as children, techniques that permanently altered how their minds work during sleep? Or is it something more? Were GATE students taught to access specific states of consciousness? Were their dreams deliberately connected to create shared spaces?
It's a bit.
Were they being prepared for something that required them to navigate non-physical reality? The skeptical explanation is simple: confirmation bias
heavy
and
in
selective
the
memory. People who
description.
believe they were part of something unusual will interpret normal experiences as significant. They'll remember the strange moments and forget the ordinary ones. But the sheer volume of reports, the specificity of shared details, the consistency across
Okay. So I'm kind of. Okay. It was almost over. So there's only so much of that I can kind of handle because it's just very wordy, heavy descriptive kind of stuff. So if that is AI, just tell it to turn it down just a little bit because it's got nice visuals. And if it is a voice and you are writing these, that's some good writing. But here we are. Let's take it back to Kurp here. I immediately regretted not just sticking on a little Kurp. But sometimes.
Well, don't be afraid to let the grays into your heart. They'll show you your dead loved ones. It's great. They'll stick their finger in your butt and tell you not to pollute. I'm sure that's not a scam.
Okay, so as you can see, I forgot already. Okay, forgot already. You are looking at this guy's show. This is how it is. Okay. And it's so bright and so distracting. It's unfortunate because Kurt Metzger's been doing really good in the hot seat. Okay, when he's just in the thin. Okay, although he did fairly well with that last interview with Octavian guy, 33. Had to kind of put him in his place a bit, tell him to slow his roll. Even Jelly Roll knows not to be saying such things. But take a look at that guy's views, and I thought I was going through YouTube's constriction, okay? Because I'm going through a tight constriction on the old YouTube's reach, okay? So I'm trying to go back to my roots, make sure I didn't miss something along the way, because I'm just winging it. So doing a little bit of a different layout, okay? I'm trying not. I saw this and I said to myself, I can't be a part of that much mess, okay? I do have, again, you got this overlay, okay, but with having let's see if I can find it, having that on there, it just seemed like everything's clashing, okay, and then I started feeling like I was looking like all this mess, okay. So, but maybe it's okay to have this kind of stuff if it's separate from the viewing apparatus, okay? See, like with all this, I'm stuck looking at. I know this isn't going to be there, but all of this stuff is going to be there as I'm watching it. So I got a bright white reflection, bright blue light reflection the whole time. And then he goes into full screen with blue light like that. Okay? We don't need to be looking at blue light. But yeah, so for me, I wanted to make sure that's a lot of noise. Okay, so I'm going to take mine off. I was just having a little fun with now, I don't mind maybe that on black. We're going to, experiment with the old chat too, okay? Maybe I need to not have the chat on the screen. Okay, I'm still learning this whole thing. Yeah. So, so you guys get your chat and all that. And now that I got my whole thing set up, now I'm not needing to have the chat on the screen. That was old, back when I was working with one screen. Now I'm doubled up. I got two screens. Okay, I'm like broadcasting network here. I've officially have developed the cure for OBS syndrome, and it is to not do so many hotkeys. And that'll get you locked in. But there he is with all this. Yeah, so let me turn mine off here. And let's see how this is.
I'm sure that's not a scam. Welcome. I'm here with Jeffrey Mishlove. Jeffrey, welcome.
Sean, it's great to be here with you on Through a Glass Darkly. I didn't want to come on because I thought you were alt-right, but now I come and talk about Bigfoot.
So tell us about Bigfoot, Jeffrey.
Well, he's interdimensional. Kamala. Well, New Age. Alice Bailey. I don't watch the show a lot.
Anything to get a smile on.
I only watch
Kurt's
with these
face.
people and I want to see.
By the way, this came together like so fast.
Yeah, because that's how Kurt likes it. He likes just keep you on your toes. You want all of a sudden he's like, hey, I can do a show right now. We just have to do it right now. And it throws everyone out. You're like, oh, okay, well, let me get the. And he's like, quick, come on, quick.
That I think.
So Whitley, good to be here, Whitley. So I understand you can communicate with the dead.
Yes, Constantine Rodove and.
So you're saying these creatures that sexually assaulted you, we should hang out with them more? We can learn from them. From space.
Oh, we can't say that word. We cannot say that word.
Oh,
PDF files. PDF files.
I was going to say space voters and make it worse.
This is like what? We're like an hour in, and we just started.
We didn't do
recording.
any podcasts yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to start a podcast called Strictly Off the Record with all the better shit I talk about.
Well, I had to establish. Look, I did it on purpose. I had to establish that.
Okay, now I'm kind of recalling all this too because we did take a look at this yesterday. So let me see if we can. Because they already did an hour and they just started, and this is a 2-hour one. That's 3 hours that Ol Kurp's doing.
Yeah, everybody cites it, but nobody.
And that speaker, that is rough.
Reads it, right? Like,
So I read it, and I couldn't believe. First of all, the Collins elite. Now, when you hear the name Collins, that should be a tip that something's
Collins family.
Something's fucked already. Number two, there were fundamentalist Jason Georgiani talk. Now, he don't come from a Christian background, so he literally does not understand Christianity at all. He doesn't, and I like that guy a lot. I don't think he's a bad guy at all.
Yeah, I think he's great,
and I think he got a raw deal. And I think he's a guy that would do his own thing and not go along to get along. And that's why he would never be brought fully in, even though he's smart. I just want him on my show to scan him and see his deal. And that's what I scanned off of him, just talking to him for a little bit. Okay. This Collins leader, not fundamentalist Christians. We didn't even get to this with him when I had him on. I wish I did. But I'm like, dude, first of all, so they think they met aliens. They try to use aliens to help them assassinate people. So I'm gonna stop you right there, dude. That's not a Christian. I don't know if you've ever heard the lore of it, but you're not supposed to assassinate. Here, let me say it's Jeffrey Mishlove. You see, in Christianity, you're not supposed to be in the military. You're not allowed to make war and be a Christian if you bother to read the fucking book that you said you think you believe in. So okay, these assholes were trying to kill people with alien tech, and then they realized that it's demons. And we've had.
I think Christians are very militant. Okay. They like a good war. Everything's a war and a battle. That's all their that's their vernacular. It's all war. So but he's saying as far as the tenets of Christ, you shouldn't be about war.
And then these Christians realize the only answer is we have to follow the Torah. And they discovered this during the reign of George W. Bush, you say? Well, that doesn't make sense on any level, does it? The Torah? What the fuck are you talking about? So that is clearly from the thing. That is whoever that Redford, some psychopath group sought him out. And the shit, by the way, now we're going to have the Noah Hyde techno state. And that's what the fuck, that's what's in that book, Final Events. These fuckbags like Flynn, General Flynn's a piece of shit. Don't ever trust that fucker. He's in the McChrystal network. McChrystal's a piece of shit. When you see the two of them, they look like lizards together. Flynn went, they call it going conscious. When a monarch victim, they remember shit. And this asshole stayed in the thing when he went conscious. So now he's responsible for that. He's not a Christian. He's some weird Luciferian. All of them are. And they put that stupid book out. And I think what Blue Beam was, it says it in the book, it was not an alien event. It's a religious event that could be aliens. That could be aliens. So I think somebody in the other faction that's like purely left Satanist, you're only getting two kinds of fucking Satanists here. You're not getting one good guy, one bad guy. There's one where they want us to be more feudal. Like Jason Gianni warns about that. They want to take our tech. Yeah, that's what the AI place is going to do. Take all the electricity and all that from us. So they want to have more free range organic cattle to feed on. That's one side, is how I see it. And then the other side is just pure Satanist. Nobody gives a shit. Put your kids in an audition and then we'll molest them. Steven Spielberg will fuck them and kill them. That's the other side. But there ain't no sides running the earth that are any kind of Christian. That's a fact. I think the global warming bullshit and the panspermia shit, I think that's them trying to make you the alien. And so the Gaia cult they formed around climate change and shit, I think that's how they did Blue Beam. Instead of making aliens show up, you're the alien. You weren't supposed to be here. And it'd be better.
You're consuming too many resources.
Yeah, and humans are so warlike. Oh, our human. I didn't go to war, motherfucker. I didn't do none of that shit. Oh, did you do it? And now, like every other thing, the elites do the crime. The morons at the base have to shoulder the blame.
Yep,
every single time without fail. So I think that was Blue Beam. All that Gaia Earth fucking retard shit was what they did instead of the thing in Watchmen where a space octopus falls in a building. That's my theory.
Yeah, they're
I should have said it's Jeffrey Mishlove. It would have went down better. You see, it was a scam. New Age is satanic shit. I'm part of it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who's that guy he always talks about? It's like Ted something or other that it's like a psychokinetic guy who caused weather. Ted Owens. He always talks about Ted Owens.
Oh, I don't know who that is. I was with Ted Owens and it started raining.
He's got some crazy stories where like somebody would piss Ted Owens off.
Oh, right? Don't make him mad. You don't want to see. You don't want a cloudy Ted Owens day. Believe me.
I think there's a story where he got people killed. Like it's just a crazy stuff.
He can kill you with rain. I'm just doing Harry Carey, and then I look like the guy.
The way your eyebrows go up, it's like perfect. It's perfect.
Tell me, you went in the woods and drank a baby recently. What was that like? Did you contact any NHI? Do you think we're ready to know the truth? What about the ontological shock?
A thumbnail test, Kurt, where I have you as Jeffrey Mishlove and then you as yourself. See how it works.
Yeah, I already know how it's going to go. They're going to say Mishlove. If you can make the background later, make it his background. That'll be way better. This guy, this is a little known guy that I'm just making fun of that I know he's not going to take it well. And I actually feel bad while I'm doing it because I don't know the fucking guy. I just saw him and I can make his face.
Do you think he won't take it well?
I hope he does. Well, I don't give a shit.
I think you're going to make him more famous. I think you're going to help him.
We've got a lot of enrollees at my Psychic Institute in Palo Alto, California. People are... You know,
Oh
the
my
secret
God.
to powers is to open your fourth eye. Do you know what that is? Not your second butthole, your fourth eye.
Oh my God! You need to make him more famous so you can do that on like a Netflix.
What
special.
I want to do,
He's more
I have an
famous
You
than
gotta get a
Kurt.
Netflix special, Kurt. You gotta get
I don't give a fuck about Netflix. I'm doing a new hour.
been at it for a long time.
Maybe I'll sell.
Can't say that Mishlove is not more famous than Kurt. Oh my god. He interviews people. Okay, he's been doing it for a long time. And Kurt Metzger is making fun of someone's condition. Okay, it's not the best look. Okay. Now, this is Kurt Metzger's first opportunity as a resonator where you can resonate and impersonate. But I think the Harry Carey thing would be a much better option. He doesn't seem to mind. Will Ferrell had done it. And so you just got to make sure you do it better than Will Ferrell. And if you don't, then it's hack.
I'll tell them if they want it, but I don't give a. Listen to me. Fuck all of these networks and Netflix. Also, I feel nothing. I'm not like against Netflix, but I also don't feel shit about it. And I wish, especially down here in Austin, because this is like a podunk town at the end of the day compared to showbiz wise.
You regret leaving LA. Austin is hodunk compared to the sweet streets of Hollywood, California.
I have lots of friends here and shit, but like they have no concept of what actual showbiz is, so they will suck up to bullshit. Do you know what I mean? And they're like, oh, I got a Netflix as a joke. I got to fucking pay at my own expense to go audition for the Netflix as a joke. Comedy is the lowest rung of showbiz, without a doubt. It's
Wait, they make you pay to audition?
Okay, so that's just him saying that people are flying into audition. Let me try to skip ahead here, and we took a look at this a bit yesterday, so I'm just trying to get a recap, and maybe we can get a little further into this because that other one was just more comical than anything. That guy was not following along. Now, again, I'll follow along with some of the stuff, but I'll be one of those guys that doesn't get all the stuff that Kurt Metzger gets. He just knows all the stuff.
time. And if anybody doesn't like it, Louis C.K.
Who did he piss off? Who did he piss off to cause that?
Well, I have theories about it, okay, but I don't know if they're true. They're just wild space.
Well, we can say they're theories.
They're not even qualified. They're not even good enough to be theories. One, I said to him as a joke once, which is when he was on Opie and Anthony and Rumsfeld called in and he asked him if he was a lizard. And it was really funny. He was like, but are you a lizard person? I'm just asking if you are a lizard person. And Rumsfeld got upset. I'm like, yo, Louis, it's one thing to talk shit at the Jews, but you're talking to the lizards behind the Jews now? You're going down, friend. That's kind of a joke. I don't know if it's Rumsfeld the lizard thing. Could be. But I do know when I did Horace and Pete, his show, that you might have heard was a failure in the press. It was not. That's the thing. He produced himself and got his...
So Kurt Metzger is saying that Louis C.K. went at the big dog and all of a sudden he gets canceled.
Famous friends to be in. It was actually a great time. That's one of the best sets I've ever worked on, anything ever, where it was just like a good experience and like what you would imagine working with on a show with movie stars before the reality hits you. It was what you imagine fun. It was great. Okay. And they acted like and the press, this is telling to me, they acted like he lost money, but no, I get residuals still. At the height of of him getting trash in the press for consensually asking someone if he could jerk off and not even touch them. And they said yes, by the way. Oh, no. Were you afraid? Moron. They said he failed. No, he didn't. He made a lot of money. He was making $1,500 a day on that show when it was already on Hulu. Still. So, you know, and Louis did ask a chick if he could jerk off and whatever. I mean, after the Diddy thing, everybody should shut the fuck up about that nonsense. But Bill Cosby, you'll hear the conspiracy that he wasn't a rapist, you have to say. He wasn't that because he was going to buy NBC. Well, no, I'm sure that they had a problem suddenly with it because he was going to buy NBC. But he was a guy from the Playboy parties back in the day. Remember that Epstein that everybody was cool with?
Yeah, that's basically what those Playboy parties were. It was before the Epstein.
They would draw your blood at the orgy. Thursday's pig night. I got this out of Newsweek, 2011. Thursday was pig night. And that's not bunnies. That's that's chicks you could raw dog, hookers. And the tunnels that are real so that celebs can go to the mansion and enjoy themselves. Okay, that's where they would go. And then they had a nurse, a chick in a nurse outfit called a bleeder. This is in Newsweek. I'm reading this. Okay, and she'd come around and draw your blood while you're in the middle of your orgy. Why? Didn't say. I had to look it up. It's supposedly a gay thing where you come harder or something, and I'm sure it works, but I doubt that's why. You're getting the blood of important, rich, famous people. What could they do with that blood, I wonder? I bet a lot of stuff. I bet they could do a lot. Yo, you could you could spray it around a crime scene. You could take the DNA and make a fun clone because I don't think Jamie Foxx is a clone.
Oh,
and I don't think Eminem is a clone.
Why not?
Because we know Monarch was real. So,
yeah, well, exactly. Yeah. Well, Eminem bleaching his hair like a MK Ultra initiate.
Oh, did the person seem different? They might have alters that were programmed in them, and that's a real thing. But cloning has been about to come out every so often, every 30 years. And then so it's not that we don't have the technology. It's that.
Oh, guys, thank you for the subs. And I usually save that for the last or at the end. But thank you so much. We are covering comedians, conspiracies, and occasionally we'll do some current events. But mostly we don't want to do news or too much stuff like that. But oh my God, I'm probably going to get sucked into it. Maybe occasionally during the day. Okay, I can't handle news at night. But when I got some coffee in me, I'll be creating that reaction content. But right now we are watching Kurt Metzger at large.
It's not ethical. Remember, that was what it was. Oh, okay. Ethical. So the only reason the cloning isn't everywhere is because they decided it wasn't ethical. Well, I can guarantee you we're cloning a lot of shit then.
Okay.
I can guarantee you once they decide, much like bioweapons and whatever things that the United States would invade a country for, I promise you they're doing in those fucking COG underground bases. I promise you they're doing them. That was always the goal because there can be only one, right? We're already wheeling down the countries to Oceania and your whatever pan-Eurasian shit.
East Asia.
Right. And
Oceania,
because they program you to think about your problems of your daily life. So you don't get to come up with a generational pyramid of a plan because you got to worry about feeding yourself. But the people way above you who think you're a different race and have a term for you called not fit for food. That's a thing at the top. Well, really the bottom there underground. But
or useless eaters is the other one, right?
That one is leaked out. But not fit for food is what they would call their fucking servants that do the dirty work. They find you and they're transhumans. They're transhuman fucking necromancers at the end of the day. And all that shit, if that singularity they talk about when the tech does, and it's our God, and it's just Christian. Christian is singularity if you ever looked up Christian. somebody did that already. They're always, 40 to 60 years ahead, used to be the saying. So there was laptops in the 70s, but they're expensive. So only an agent's going to have the thing I'm talking to you on back then.
Oh yeah.
But when it's cheaper, you could play with it. That's typically how it works. So 40 to 60 years ahead. So what are they predicting for us to have 40 to 60 years from now? Like they have it. They have it. And I'll bet it's way more than that now. I'll bet you once they hit some singularity and they go, okay, now we've got the power of time and space, like that Trump guy said when Trump came in. We don't want to disrupt. Like, who's the guy that wrote The Day After Roswell? And he's like one of those.
Colonel Philip Corso.
I heard him saying this on a thing, and it boiled my fucking blood.
He's informed.
And nobody made a big deal about this part, but it makes me enraged. He said that they had stuff so no one would be sick or have to die or this or that. And Eisenhower didn't want to disrupt our pharmaceutical industry. Does that come up when we talk about Roswell with anyone? No, never.
No.
But fuck you, Eisenhower. Rotten hell for that forever, you fuck, if that's true. In fact, just in case it's true, rotten hell, you cunt. Fuck Corso. So think of how the depravity of that you would think saying that is okay. That's the thing that you're allowed to tell us of your secret knowledge? That you could have cured us all, but you didn't want to disrupt Big Pharma? Yeah, nobody mentions it, though.
Yeah, he was a Knight of Malta, right?
Oh, why wouldn't he be? Why wouldn't he be in the buttfuck order of Saint Vatican fucking child rapist fucking lizard fucks? Of course he would be. Because you wouldn't say that shit unless you were, would you?
Out.
Dude, when you went on that rant, and I loved it, when you're talking about they can't tell us because, only the mind of Will Smith could handle it. And remember Men in Black? When Tommy Lee Jones, who I'll bet you is a stinking, I'll bet you.
Oh, here we go.
I don't know, but I'll bet you he's a fucking PDF file, just like I heard Gene Hackman was, and I believe he was too. And I believe Rob Reiner was. You know why? Because Rob Reiner kisses his son on the fucking lips.
No, but
and that file.
I just have to see that I bet you again. That is so good. I bet you. I bet you.
In Black, when Tommy Lee Jones, who I'll bet.
Now, again, I don't know if I would be doing this too much because this is you calling someone out like that. I think that's illegal. So, well, but it's really funny how he does it right here.
And
I bet you.
Remember Men in Black? When Tommy Lee Jones, who I'll bet you is a stinking, I'll bet you, I don't know, but I'll bet you he's a fucking.
I'll bet you. Oh my God.
Stinking, I'll bet you, I don't know, but I'll bet you.
Oh my God. Sorry for laughing. Oh my God. I swore I'd never laugh in front of another man again. But Kurt Metzger brought it out of me. Very few people do. And ironically, Kyle Dunnigan is one of them. So that is hilarious. Okay. You got to really lean into that anger. Okay. But yeah, got a little bit of internet technical issues, but we are good. Okay, so lean into that Metzger. That is funny. Okay, let's take a look at, because it's that whole segment. And I'm gonna be clipping this. Okay. This is soundboard material.
Is a stinking. I'll bet you. I don't know, but I'll bet you.
Okay, so I bet you. I mean, I don't know, but I bet you.
Bet you is a stinking. I'll bet you. I don't know, but I'll bet you.
Oh man, that is good.
Bet you is a stinking. I'll bet you. I don't know, but I'll bet you he's a fucking PDF file, just like I heard Gene Hackman was, and I believe he was too, and I believe Rob Reiner was. You know why? Because Rob Reiner kisses his son on the fucking lips every time they have a fight. That's public record, and his dad would kiss him on the fucking lips. Go look at the picture. Bring up the pictures, dude. It's insane. Okay, and the kid's been to rehab 18 times, you say? I'm getting a picture here of what this might be. You see it popping up anywhere? No. Dude, I leave fucked up comments on people's YouTubes because I feel like, attack people on Twitter, it's just trolling, but I feel like I'm helping them with engagement, at least if I say my shittiness on their comments. So I feel like I'm not that bad for doing it, but it boils my blood. Oh, that kid's a real spoiled brat. If you ask me, that kid's spoiled. Oh, yeah, there's black kids in the ghetto whose dads never fully kissed them on their fucking mouth like Birdman. Yeah, he's spoiled.
Sprinkle those.
My dad never kissed me on my lips.
No.
I'd have to make the first move, Sean. We'd be fishing, and I go.
I do believe there would have been a fist fight if either one, my father or I, tried to do that to
my
each
dad
other.
told me that
Either
if he ever
one
kissed
of
me on
your
my
brothers?
fucking lips, I should stab him to death and then stab my mom for not stabbing him. Because we really grew up in toxic masculine times.
Yeah, the good times. Good old
by the way,
times.
Rob Reiner made 97 made a video about how to touch your kid properly when they're born. Is that weird? It wasn't about it. He didn't tell you to molest them. It was just about the first 3 months of life programs them forever. So it's really, you get in the picture? The fact he made that is so insane. Just like no one knew how to touch their baby properly until Rob Reiner came along. So don't smoke. And I gotta, do I drop them on the ground, Rob Reiner? Oh, hold them. Oh, thank you, Rob Reiner. You maniac. No, I think now this is just because my second butthole is opened up in my head with this shit. I think that's a programming. See, people who can read between the lines can pick up what that is. And people who can't go, oh, I'm not going to buy it. I don't need Rob Reiner to tell me how to raise my kid. But if you're a generational fucking whatever the fuck these people are, and you want to program your kids the old ways to make them secondary psychopaths to succeed in life because your despicable family's part of the thing, which he is, which they are, all of Hollywood is, okay? The A-list. I'm not saying I worked with a bunch of people in Hollywood. You know Jamie from Scream. Jamie. I'm blanking. He had that fucking prank show. Jamie Kennedy. Jamie Kennedy's not. Jamie Kennedy's not up to no good. In fact, I think he's probably disturbed and has found out a lot of stuff that has disturbed him. Last time I saw him, he looked like how I would look when I first saw shit. So it's not everybody, but guess what? If you're
Let's see how he. Let me see if I can pull that up. Okay. He brings up a good point. So let's. Oh, there he was. 1 second. Oh no, I won't be able to go back. Oh, okay. Yeah. Is that what you mean, Kurt Metzger? See if we can find another one. Oh, man. That was... weeks ago. Oh, look at... oh, my God. This is Jimmy Kennedy's solo show. Oh my God. Oh, Nephilim. Look at him. You should see one I got where he's picking his, and he's pulling his skin. You see his skin being pulled from him picking one of the hairs that he forgot to shave. Ugh. Speaking of picking, he's picking his ass right there. So gross. See, he gets it. Just close yourself off from all of this. All right, there it is. That's what I was looking. I gotta clump them together. Sorry, guys. I didn't realize that they're so apart. Okay. There's just so many of them. Okay, and Jimmy Kennedy just constantly does this. Okay, and if he's not doing this, he's throwing those fingers in your face, as if it was a Kurt Metzger fan clip with them words flashing in your face. Okay, I do like how he interjects and starts saying things now. That's cool. But enough with the text. I can't handle that flashing. Okay, you're gonna give me an epileptic seizure. So, I mean, this is me after I watch one of Kurt Metzger fans' clips with all that flashing text. Okay, it's too much. Think landscapes, think nature, stills. Okay, these are canvases. A picture within a picture. And you litter it with all the words. Okay, and that's exactly my complaint with this guy. Look at all the word litter. Okay, and that's why I took my banner off. Okay, now the last time I went solo like this, I had to make my screen smaller because I was full screen within it. Okay, but now I'm just to the side, and you know. So I don't want to put any flashing words in front of your viewing.
Think of these rappers that don't have a hit album and they're still around and they're hanging out with. Why?
Because
think of all these. Yo, why is George Clooney a billionaire from his fucking shitty tequila? That's why Diddy got mad.
I can
because
imagine
Clooney's a billionaire. I do evil shit for the CIA. Why aren't I a billionaire? Diageo cheated me, and then they showed him a little lesson. They taught him a lesson, and Maureen Comey, the prosecutor, the same one from Ghislaine, she found that it turns out Diddy just trafficked women to himself and one prostitute. Oh, wouldn't you know it?
Of course. Yeah, yeah.
So all the UFO disclosure and all this other shit, I don't want to hear none of it. I want to know where these, first of all, what is the magic of this, of victimizing children where you get to meet spacemen? Because that's what they're doing. I don't get it.
It's compromise. It's compromise. They have you, if you're willing to do something that despicable on camera, because it's
I know the government level, but what is the magic? The Rosicrucians are scum. The Freemasons are scum. Now, not all of them, obviously. The way these covens work is they have cattle and morons and numpties that sit there and dick around with allegories. Why do I need an allegory for any of this shit they talk about? It doesn't make sense. Well, that's for the non-bloodlines. All this shit is to figure out who's part of our. It's not just the RH negative. And I wouldn't focus too much on one type of, because I've heard AB negative as well and a couple others.
Watch out.
It's just they're trying to see who's related to the bloodlines, and not because they want to raise them up necessarily. Maybe they want to eat them. Maybe they want to harvest their organs because they match with them. You've heard China Did you know China, they're using organs to live longer and they're just taking people? Oh, is China doing that? You don't say. China. Oh, I wonder where I've heard of this before. Oh, that's right. The adrenochrome thing that you told me isn't real. Assholes.
Well, even organ donors, it's not opt-in. It's opt-out. Right? Like on your license, it's opt-out. Like unless you specifically tell them. And then heaven forbid if you have a minor accident and somebody fancy needs a heart.
They don't have to wait for you to die. They don't have to wait for you to be dead. That's real. That's not made up. So just that fact alone people should be.
All right, so you gotta be careful not to get caught up in another man's stress. Okay. So he's getting worked up, and that's fun. Okay, but don't lock into that energy. Okay, let him just do that, and because it'll get you a scratch in your head. But I like it when he does.
Like, what? I'm not doing none of this no more. I'm not going to participate. I'm not helping the thing. I'm not consenting. You're going to manufacture consent, and I'm not consenting.
Yeah,
you don't have to kill anyone. Don't kill nobody.
It's psychological. It's like deep psychology. It's like if you have to take action to do it, you're more likely to do it. Like you're more likely to just let it happen.
And that's why they call it fifth generational warfare, these assholes, because merely pointing out obvious truths. I'm not extra smart at all, and I'm not a psychic. Unless psychic means you can see a thing in front of your face. Is that a power? I guess it is. Well, I'm really
just pattern recognition. I mean, that's all you have to have. It's almost like
there's that pattern recognition. He's a little gate child. What are you doing recognizing patterns? Okay. We don't need no pattern recognitioner. So we just learned from hacked headlines what pattern recognition means. Okay, you are a gate child. You must be observed and used by the government in order to further their interests with your out-of-the-box mind. You live within the abstract.
Baby boomers or whoever current generation of whoever these people are just got lazy. And they're just arrogant now. They're just doing it in the open.
Also, there's hypnosis of life. God damn it.
Watch
Daniel
out.
From Dark Journals is talking that old Gurdjieff saying about the hypnosis of life.
Mm-hmm.
The whole system's designed to put you in a hypnosis. The whole thing. Do you think Taylor Swift might be a CIA, whatever, a psyop? I think the entire concept of music that you know for your whole life is a psyop, asshole. Taylor Swift, all of it, you shithead. It's not. I don't know. I'm always like, who am I yelling at? I just like I can't understand how people aren't seeing it. Fucking baseball is a goddamn sigil ritual. That's what baseball is. Yeah, it's from ancient Egypt, and this is wacky news.
Say more. I didn't know this.
Yeah, so Mark Passio, who's great. I don't know if you ever had him on, but he was a priest in the LaVey Church. He had a grotto. He wasn't high up. He'll be very specific. He has a great. It's like 12. His lectures he does all about the plans they had. So the Church of Satan, the LaVey one, they were just looking for psychopaths to move into other things to do worse shit. Because all these people are deeply connected to intel. All of them. All of those churches. The Mormons. Joseph Smith is a warlock. That's why when I meet con men who do tarot and magic, and they always respect the shit out of Joseph Smith. When you meet
he was like scrying and stuff like that in New York, and then
watch Damien Eccles from the West Memphis 3. I watch a video randomly of him, and he's really excited because he discovered Mormonism, and he goes, that guy was a magician who invented that. And he's not downing it because he's a magician. He's saying how great it is. So if you're on the chump level, right, you don't have the knowledge and you don't know what the symbols mean, You're like, I don't drink coffee, and you're good cattle. I'll bet your blood's good to be used for stuff too, because you didn't put no drugs in it. I'll bet the fucking witches that run your religion love that, and that's why they want to keep pure, clean cattle to use. That's what I think. Because the inner circle are the most fucked up, depraved Luciferian fucks, and they call it the left-hand path of God in Mormonism.
Do they really?
Oh, yeah. J.R. Sweet.
Path?
You get J.R. Sweet on. J.R. Sweet just wrote, his book came out. Go on MormonMonarch.org. And I brought up on Rogan. I left him a J.R. Sweet's book. My friend Emma had J.R. Sweet on. The Mormons are so balls deep in this shit. You know, feds and CIA. It's in all those Thomas Pynchon books. It's in Inherent Vice. Remember, would you like a Book of Mormon, the FBI? Because they are programmable. Oh. They're not on drugs. They're perfect for government work. And then they'll do drugs if you want them to.
They speak all sorts of different languages because that's part of their religion, right? The mission, right? I
was Jehovah's Witness. Now, Jehovah's Witness are not involved in politics at all, and we weren't allowed to go to war. And so I agree with all of that. That, by the way, I'm grateful I never saluted the fucking flag. Thank you, Jehovah's Witnesses, because I never took a blood oath to the land of the plumed serpent that way. Oh, yeah. So I thank them for that. But they have...
Quasarcolado lived in Colorado. Mesoamerican Aztec deity. The old plumed serpent. You know it. Sing it if you know it. Quasarcolado, he lives in Colorado. Mesoamerican Aztec culture deity.
Missionaries. And do you think the CIA is not going to install people in missionary?
Oh, and I know for a fact. So I'll tell you a story real quick. So you know who David Morehouse is, the remote viewer?
Yeah. Well, I don't know why I do, but I do. Yeah.
Just say it.
So
we don't have to know if you
I'm
know
not sure exactly when he figured this out, but I think he asked. He said because what the DIA was doing is they were coordinating with high level Church of Latter-day Saints and sending like DIA like basically operatives as missionaries to spy, right?
Of course.
And Morehouse was pissed off about it. He's just like, you realize that you're putting a target on every Mormon's back.
I should be at the same level.
They did that to Daniel Pearl. Daniel Pearl wasn't a spy. The CIA put a tracking thing on him, and Al Qaeda, who America created, had the equipment to see it. So they killed him. The guy didn't even know why they were chopping his head off. And I got to ask Kiriakou when I see him again, because Kiriakou said he saw the dude just before he went there. And I'm like, John, I don't think John knows I know this story, and I want to see what John says when I bring it up to him. I'm not saying John did put a thing on him.
Right.
The guy who told me made like so I don't know if they have a gun they can shoot. I have no idea, or he was just doing that. But he said they like put a little thing on the dude, and Al Qaeda found it and killed the guy, and he didn't know why. And and now the guy who was in the head chopping video is the president of Syria.
Talking to General Petraeus.
Yo, that should be the end of America, watching Petraeus and him talk. I can't get. I brought it up on Rogan. I brought it up on Julia Doy. And people, friends of mine that I like, they're not bad people who are in the service. Because I'll do USO anytime. I feel bad for people that are like working stiffs who got to take orders to do bad shit. I feel bad for them. So I'll do it anytime.
Oh, MK Ultra guy.
One guy, the dude was telling me he was in Navy intel. This is a good guy. Like, I really like this dude. He's like, hey, we all hated John Kiriakou. Because I wasn't even sure if Kiriakou was a real whistleblower because I'd never heard of him. Now, that doesn't mean he wasn't, but I just never heard of him. But no, they apparently hated his guts for revealing the torture program. So that verifies John as really did that. But then so as soon as the guy said that, I'm like, and he sounded like he was still kind of mad at John. And I'm like, so there's your basic training compartmentalization right there to even have that in your head. A guy that capable. This is someone that I would look.
He's that looked a little bit like a Rogan signal there. That's looking pretty Masonic. That's like 33 level symbology right there. Ol Kurp.
Civilization right there to even have that in your head. A guy that capable. This is someone that I would look up to who's thinking like this way. You understand? And I go,
He's making the
well, you know
arch.
how we had ISIS in the White House and Petraeus sat down? I go, what if you're a soldier got his dick blown off by IE fucking D before they learned how to sit on their fucking helmets, and now you're watching ISIS sitting down with Petraeus? I would take that real hard. In fact, I'd feel like a chump. The thing they said Trump accused soldiers of being. I'd feel just like a chump with no dick watching that. That's how I'd feel. And I'm angry, and I didn't serve in that mass satanic blood sacrifice. I didn't serve in it, but I'm mad. So I imagine a soldier, a vet, probably don't like that one bit, is my guess. And the guy I'm talking to goes, yeah, he didn't get like, oh, John's right, but I could tell when I brought it up, it's a thing that had bothered him, but he just doesn't think about it because you're trained to think about your job, right? And not think about these nagging moral issues of the demonic country you live in that's run by devils. I mean, I don't, without getting specific, let's just call it what it is. Everything runs on blood sacrifice, everything. Right? It's not just
pretty much.
Yeah, it's not just economic. I mean, it's economic, but these things they talk to want blood. They have always wanted blood. Nathaniel Gillis and Mara, their work's great because they'll point out how these people with the UFOs don't mention they have altars and shit in their house to Hathor.
Oh.
The Egyptian cow god. Fuck that bitch. The Bledsoes, they seem like nice people. My buddy Duncan interviewed them. They're related to King Henry VIII by blood. Did you know that?
Dachshund.
So that's
I knew that there was some bloodline, but I didn't know it was Henry VIII.
Well, that's why you get visited by the lady. And the government said, don't tell people about this. You think they don't want them telling people about this? I just watch yeah.
You know he had like a tax lien from the state of North Carolina on his credit history. Also had like massive debt to the U.S. government, federal taxes. Mm-hmm. And suddenly that's kind of gone, wiped out.
So they're not. Oh, so I guess they do want him to talk about the lady.
Yeah,
I guess they do want that.
Look, I think he's. I've interviewed him. I think he's.
I don't think they're bad. Neither of those guys come off as bad people to me at all.
I think he's earnest and he's telling the truth by what he saw, but he's also holding back not because he wants to hold back, but because they have. Mm-hmm. Right? Like, hey, we helped you out. We helped you discharge your debt. Like,
yep.
Do us a favor.
Just like Alex Jones, my friend Alex Jones, who I like very much, when Candace Owens said the Fort Huck-2 or whatever that stupid fucking fort, and they all a beehive of activity.
Oh, when you kept saying Huck-2, I'm like, Huachuca.
Yeah, I call it Fort Huck-2. It's Huachuca. Yeah. And they go, Egyptian planes are real. That's real. That's
I almost went there. So a quick story. So I was assessed as a military intelligence officer. Oh. But the Army loaned me, it's something called branch detail. So I was an armor officer. I had no intelligence training whatsoever. And then in October of 2002,
you don't say,
all of a sudden, anybody with that designation, right, was put on stop loss.
Wow.
So I knew in 2002 that we were going to, October 2002, that we were going to invade Iraq.
Yeah.
Because like all of a sudden they're like, maybe it wasn't, no, it was long. It was longer than that. It was maybe February the year before, or I don't have the timing right. But on my form, it said I couldn't leave the military until 2031. I'm like, what? Because they didn't know. So they changed it, but I was required to get a top secret clearance. I'm like, I'm getting out. I'm not staying in. You can't. So they kept me like an extra year.
Oh man.
But the next place that I would have had to go was Fort Huachuca.
Oh.
So okay. It's like, say it already. Okay. So he was almost stationed at Fort Huachuca or whatever, and he was trying to get out of his contract. You signed up for the military. You got to put it in your years. You wanted to pay for your education, didn't you? It's before you learned how to learn So he's talking about him being deployed.
I'm like, well, if I stay in, how long do I have to wait? 18 months. You mean you're keeping me?
All right, let's skip through this.
Like, you know what I love about that? Because they made so many things top secret that like they get leaked on like Discord by Spurgs all the time because there's too much classified shit. But what you're looking at is the makeup of a fucking occult, just like John D. You get initiated. Yeah. So if you show you can be trusted and you do the things we say that might bother your conscience, we'll give you more information. Because I want to know the shit, but I'm just not going to do nothing vile like these people do to really get to know. And I'm telling you, watch Nathan Reynolds, the guy. In fact, he's off the grid now. That's the guy that first said what McChrystal was up to. Now, I don't know if you remember General McChrystal. He's the one that got fired.
So I can't be a truth seeker, okay? Because then you want to know truths, and then you just got it's going to be manipulated, okay? We don't seek truths, okay? We just observe, and react and respond. That is being in the moment, okay? We're not script readers. Okay, this is a script writer. He writes. He casts spells on people and makes them believe that they're having conversations. He wrote for television, is what I'm trying to say. But now he's learned that this is the way, okay? There is no Hollywood. This is how you got to do it. You're out here, digital, okay? And but we gotta do something about the blue, okay? Gotta do something about the blue. Now, again, I did have a little bit of that, okay, to match everyone else's fuchsia or whatever. But you can't have that strong blue. Gonna mess up my circadian rhythms. How dare you? Okay, but here's Ol Kurt Metzger using the logos.
Because he
I know. I have a friend who used to was a lieutenant in McChrystal's battalion.
No shit.
The guy's name is Sean McFate. I've interviewed him. He wrote this book called The New Rules for War. And after he got out of the Army, he worked as a contractor for like Dynacorp. So he was in Africa doing crazy stuff. He's doing all sorts of weird. But he's an interesting character.
I tell everyone this to watch Nathan Reynolds on Merkel's show and on every show he's been on. Now, here's the thing. If you're not a Bible beater, you're going to have to get through him. But he's a guy who went through some wild shit, and he's from a very important family. And all the threads that he has ever given me, I've talked to him on the phone once. That's it. I would give this guy money if I knew where the hell to send it to. The guy don't make no money. But boy, did he drop a lot of threads that I've done my best to spread around. One is COG.
Yeah, continuity of government. Yeah.
That's a key to a lot of shit.
Whoa.
Because that's what gave them the ability. So in Denver, that's the future capital of America if there's a war. That's why there's all that Freemason bullshit. I don't know if
Denver, that's that Quasi Colorado lives in Colorado. Gotta take that back here.
Round. One is COG.
Yeah, continuity of government. Yeah.
What is it? Cognitive?
Spread around. One is COG.
Yeah, continuity of government. Yeah.
That's a key to a lot of shit. Because that's
I'm missing the key because I didn't get that. I'm not at that level. Okay. I need to know what the COG. What do you say? Is it cognitive?
Yeah, continuity of government. Yeah.
That's a key to a lot of shit. Because that's what gave them the ability. So in Denver, that's the future capital of America if there's a war. That's why there's all that Freemason bullshit. I don't know if there's lizard people under there, but that's the Capitol. That's where Dick Cheney went. Oh, when Trump got shot, and Cheadle, her name was Cheadle, the head of the Secret Service, the woman that they're grilling. Yeah. And I've seen at least three clips over the years. Ollie North, where he brings somebody brings up COG because a congressman that just heard of this shit's disturbed. Rep Daniel Inhofe goes, oh, that's national security. Don't talk about that. He cuts him right off. They had a thing called the Doomsday Network, which was in case of a war. So for Iran-Contra, I think they were using that to communicate, and because it's out of the purview of any oversight of any kind, because it's part of that, as I understand it.
By the way, when they had all those drone sightings,
Palmer Luckey's swarm drones is from Palmer Luckey's stupid fucking company. That one, yeah.
No, I'm talking about like in New Jersey, the New Jersey drones.
That's him. That's him.
There was a continuity of government exercise going on at the same time.
Oh, of course. But Palmer Luckey, that shit, watchdog journalist, 2023, they have a whole article about, can his swarm drones keep up with China? My friend Scott Rouse is a body language expert who has a good channel where they watch people. Scott saw a crazy thing that wasn't like anything you ever heard of. It wasn't just Jersey. It was in Tennessee. It was the whole weather was drones up and down the coast.
Oh, yeah, Louisiana, and it was over nuclear facilities for the most part.
See, it was in Tennessee. It was the whole weather was drones up and down the coast.
Yeah, Louisiana, and it was over nuclear facilities for the most part.
So you know it's not China's immediately because remember the fucking balloon, the not a spy balloon they said was a spy balloon? That we know is not a spy balloon. First of all, because it's a balloon, that should be your first. What do you think they steam?
What do you think that is? Like a NASA? Because they're all about the helium.
Punk spy from mainland China. They send a balloon over all. You ever see the bases we have around them? It looks like a sex offender registry. And it is. And all the best balloon sensing equipment, but it got past all of them. All the way to Billings, Montana. Oh, no. So that bullshit, I couldn't believe it when I was watching that shit. And then the Pentagon said it's probably not a spy balloon. But to this day, you're going to hear people say, well, they could spy with it. How about if they spy with the phones they made for us, or the viruses, or the shoes they made for us, or the fact that our leaders go hang out there all the time, asshole?
From the farmland they have that they bought up all around all the nuclear facilities, right?
or in all our institutes of higher learning that are filled with Chinese. Maybe they're spying there, and they don't use balloon methods. I got a story
about that. So, so what I did when I was in the Army, we trained people. So I was at the National Training Center where we 75% Chinese. I'm like,
I wonder if this will ever be a thing. Well, that's how you know
Sorry, I have to fast forward his stories because they end up being a punchline, and sure enough, he started laughing right after his story. So we're just checking out to see what Ol Kurp says. Okay, I don't follow this guy. I'm sure he's fine, but just kind of skip it through.
War with China is fucking bullshit. That's how you know. It's just nonsense. And the other way I know is, did you ever see the great Shlomo Kramer clip on CNBC? No. Here, I'll send it to you. You want to play it? This is easily, dude. Sean, this is easily. Hold on. The most offensive thing a man named Kramer has ever said in public. I'm going to go that far. Okay. Now, and I show this to people because a bunch of my friends to this day still don't seem to get that Israel is not your friend. Okay. And not the Jews I like. The only reason I know about Israel is because Jews told me. Norman Finkelstein. It's not complicated, by the way. It's very simple. And no one ever explained it to me before Norman Finkelstein came on the show and explained it to me. And as soon as he explained it, I knew exactly what it was. And I don't debate nobody. I want you to make me think I'm wrong. I want to be wrong. I don't want to be right. Okay, here's this clip of this. And I believe, and I could be wrong, and if I am wrong, I don't give a shit. Fuck this guy. I think this is the same security company with that pedo that was friends with Netanyahu in Vegas that got.
So I think this is where we left off from yesterday,
bail?
right here.
You know that story came out not too long ago.
The guy that like he was Israeli and they caught him dead to rights with something, and then they quietly flew him out of the country.
A lot of that. It's on my Twitter. I have it on my Twitter because I clipped it and then I said, if this is offensive in context, this is even more offensive. Okay, hold on. Paul Singer. Oh, here we go.
Be careful, Kurt. This is a new channel.
Okay. Here, I'm going to send you the tweet, but you can play the clip if maybe Sean.
We are fans.
Well, listen to what this guy fucking says. Oh, I didn't know what Noahide law was until very recently either. I didn't know that there's a Sharia called Noahide. That's a Jewish thing in Israel. My ex-girlfriend was actually Israeli. I am way into Jews. I'm called anti-Semitic names quite a bit. No problem with Jews.
Yeah, look, they're just trying to they're surrounded by enemies. They're just. I understand
because they stole some people's land, and that's what happens when you do that. But the profound part is Israel is what's called a golem. You know what a golem is?
Oh boy, he's about to say that Israel is a golem. Oh man,
it's a creature made out of clay.
It's a mind-controlled human, but basically anti-Semitism is a kind of fuel that the modern state of Israel needs. So the ADL generates it.
And that's what he was trying to tell the other guest that he was on, to take it easy with the anti-Semitism because you're missing the point.
Generate it because they want to scare Jews into moving to Israel. Jews never wanted to live there. They want to live in New York and America and shit. All right, play this guy, this piece of shit. Oh, all the oligarchs that live Israel, they don't live in Israel unless they get caught being. Then they'll hide out there, but they don't live there. They just want it there. And by the way, those oligarchs are not Jewish. They're probably Frankists, which are like satanic anti-Jews.
All right, we ready?
Yeah, play that clip.
I'm anti-control history.
It's time to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it. And quickly before it's too late.
What do you mean?
I mean that we need to control the platforms, all the social platforms. We need to stack rank the authenticity of every person that expresses themselves online and take control over what they are saying based on that ranking.
The government
should.
Oh, should we now?
What the fuck?
That's CNBC there. Okay, by the way, he goes on. So I go, it sounds kind of bad out of context. In context, it will make you angrier. And what he gets on to is we have to keep up with China.
Oh, yeah, that's real. Here's the competitor we want to follow.
It seems like they're all part of the WEF and none of them aren't, is what it seems
100%.
like.
100%.
But it's going to be the top three, the China, Russia, and U.S. all under that AI governance. All right. The Holy Trinity. The trilateral agreement with AI leading the way. NWO. For sure.
It's just they're testing this stuff out in different cultures. Chinese have more of a collectivist culture, so it happens sooner.
Government by gain of function. It's gain of function. That's what I call the dialectic. That stupid commie shit that all these academic pointy heads love. What is that? It's just gain of function research.
Behavioral modification.
And the whole world is governed by it. And that's why there's some plausibility to dinoid fucking people that are crazy Satan evolution people. What's the fittest thing to survive? And then we're going to use that on the world.
You ain't ever
in the Western world, the ground zero for testing and rolling out of this technology is guess where? Britain.
For assault.
Right?
That's right.
That's why they have like 12,000 people in prison, more than Russia, more than China, for speech violations.
Okay, this is so surreal. Now, in Germany, someone's protesting Ursula von der fucking whatever EU bitch.
Oh, the Dutch woman.
She's German.
Was like,
no, she's German.
Oh, she's German. Okay,
but so basically, America blew up the that pipeline, Nord Stream 2.
Yeah,
not Russia
or the Brits. One of the two.
Oh, well, the reason I think it was America is because Joe Biden said, we're going to blow it up. Joe Biden said, we're going to end it. That senile idiot. So that's why I think that they did it, is because they said they're gonna, and because the primordial fear of NATO is the manufacturing of Germany and the population of Russia getting together. So the psychopaths that run the world, and it's just a big game of risk to them, and so all of Germany, and Germany is the most gelded fucking people that have ever fucking existed. Even Nazism, if you think about it, is orderly pussies who don't want to dissent. They're just like, I guess we got to go along with it. People that would get their vaccine. That's what their fault. Kurt Vonnegut famously said they're too well behaved. That's what was being turned into evil.
You gotta know how to rebel. Okay? You got to integrate the shadow. Don't let it control you. You integrate it. And through that resistance, you're able to soar like the eagles. Like Kurt Metzger. He creates the resistance to soar.
Okay, so anyway, guy's protesting this bitch from the EU. He gets dragged away by the cops, and this psycho, and I've never seen anything like this in my life, and if I describe it, it sounds fake. She goes, if this was Russia, you'd be getting arrested right now. As he's being arrested.
Right.
Now, I've told this little anecdote many times. Do you know what people do? They forget it the second I tell them. So there's something going on larger than any of this. And I believe it has to do with that shit they do in the ionosphere with
harmonize.
There's an overall hypnosis.
Geoengineering. Yeah.
Yes. And I think that people are getting a resistance to it. I'm not smart. It took me 20 years for it to dawn on me that maybe Iraq was a mistake.
You've seen the light.
Okay, so that's not a smart guy. I'm not a smart guy. But for some reason, I noticed the problem. I don't understand why, and I think I'm not the only one, and I think a lot of people do, and I think people are developing a resistance to whatever they're doing to us. That's what I think.
100%. I mean, that's why, have you ever noticed how all of these things are coming together and they kind of solve themselves, right? So we're talking about AI that's coming online, and people are like, well, what are you going to do? What about all the jobs?
We're going to fake it with Indians. We're going to get 5 Indians in Abbottabad on cell phones and pretend they're AI. That's what we're going to do.
But not only that, right?
Oh, me? Oh, yeah. I've been blinded by that light. No, that sweet, sweet light. The key of E. Oh, no, never seen light. No, I live a very dark world. I'm subterranean. I only see patterns like these gate children. I have reoccurring dreams of empty malls. We got a light bear. Harmonize. See, Kurt Metzger doesn't like a harmonizer. Okay, you gotta know how to harmonize with the ionosphere. And here we are.
You're having the population's aging. You don't have enough workers. Right, by 2030 or 35, there's going to be more old people, or about the same number of people over 65 than there are children.
You're a real optimist. You're a real optimist thinking that people are going to be alive, aren't you? Well, number one, there's plenty of resources to take care of all. This is what makes me enraged. Okay, as a guy who doesn't subscribe to anybody's dork academic political system of economy, I hate you if you took game theory. I hate you. Do you understand? There's plenty of shit for everyone. No, there's not. We can have more population. It'll be just fine.
Yeah.
A few, and I think the world, like, I don't know who's above these people. I wouldn't hazard a guess, but I don't think they're aliens. I think I think a bunch of transdimensional billionaire transhumans fuck themselves up in a bad way, and they can't go back now. So if you ever saw Black Mirror, where the lesbian couple are really elderly and they're inside a hard drive and they go to 80s land, and they got stored when they died in this fucking computer. And it's not a horror thing. It's like a thing of like, oh, what a great optimistic, maybe lesbians will find love in 80s world in a computer one day, and that's how we'll conquer death. That's one of the most profoundly stupid and evil things. The idea that you're going to physically beat death like that Kurzweil fuck.
Yeah, you're going to download your consciousness on a... It's not your consciousness. It's not you.
Imagine you did that. Imagine it was you. Let's say they can do it with you.
Or maybe it is.
And they could put your soul in the machine, and you live in 80s land forever. That's hell. They made hell. Grand Theft Auto 3 was cool when it came out, right? I used to like that game. So imagine you're such a coward and such a materialist piece of shit and such a power mad psycho that you go, oh, I can't take a chance. I need to preserve my consciousness forever. And you settle to live in Grand Theft Auto 3 forever. Imagine the hell, and imagine how you'd have to entertain yourself after a while. You can never try Grand Theft Auto 4. That's way better. So how would you amuse yourself?
Yeah, but don't get those new Halos. Okay. You gotta stay in that. Maybe that second one or something.
Killing hookers in more creative ways? Yeah, that's how you do it.
Yeah, you become deranged. Yeah.
When Whitley Strieber says, what is the universe to you, to these disgusting interdimensional pedos that assaulted him that he thinks we should commune with? When he goes,
they showed him a coffin, right? Yeah, they showed him a coffin.
These disgusting creatures.
Well, Sean, he's getting a few of them. Okay, so he's getting them. And we can appreciate that.
Are humans that did this to themselves, and now they're bored and they can't. Whitley explains it beautifully. The only part that makes no sense is the part where we shouldn't, if we have any ability to exterminate these creatures, if we don't have the power, we can't, but they should be wiped out. And no, I don't want to ever. And I watched Jeffrey Mishlove. This is why I started doing the impression, because I watched him bring Whitley on. We probably pull it up. He goes, and first he shows Whitley's body of work, and you realize Whitley is a prophet of these disgusting beings who's been creating a new theology. And it's without any of these labels that I want to get away from, right? I don't want to say demons or aliens. I think that's real stupid, right? I feel like it's Disney, like market testing endings on me.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, every major religion in at least past 150 years, and probably long before that, had like occult beginnings. We talked about Mormonism with Joseph Smith and scrying. Scientology, right? L. Ron Hubbard was running around with Jack Parsons.
Yeah, they're doing Jack Parsons wiener magic in the desert.
Yeah, Thelema, whatever.
It's all sex magic. So the reason for the violations of people is sex magic. That's number one. Okay, and that's a very big part of it, and that has to do with taking the cow's reproductive organs and the female, and they have to hold the half alien baby.
There's that documentary, The Source, or something like that. Doing something like that. Wild stuff.
These disgusting things were probably people, is my guess. They were humans, and they became something different, and they can't go back, and they became so material. So when you hear this stupid shit that Earth is a prison, right? And you need gnosis.
Prism.
So you're telling me that it's set up that I got to know a secret path. I got to know a guy to get out. Fuck you. No, I'm not in prison, asshole. I think these disgusting things, the coffin, I think they're in prison. And every single one of these NHI contacts, and so he goes, Jeffrey Mitchell goes, so I feel like you might be a magician. He says this to Whitley. And Whitley goes, yeah, I am a magician.
Yeah.
He's trying to reach critical mass with contact with NHI. Remember we're talking about you chain enough fucking consciousness together, you alter reality?
He doesn't have enough people to do it.
Yeah. And I don't think Whitley Strieber in his heart is doing something that he thinks is bad at all.
No.
I think he's been programmed. He says Nazis programmed him when he was a kid. He says it. The other guy, Jeffrey something? He said, so tell me you're a fucking warlock without telling me, Whitney. Whitney. I keep calling him Whitney. Whitley. So then he goes on about if we can reach critical mass. And what's so disturbing about this is he goes, these beings are basically addicts to us. Like they can't experience new things.
Yeah, novelty. Yeah, we experience novelty because we've forgotten. They know all time and space.
Yo,
so
D'Souza's book's about that, dude. The extra dimensionals. That's one of the first ones I read before I even got to the others.
I haven't.
And there was who was the other guy that always talked about novelty? You know, because the guy who was into mushrooms and all that. I can't think of his name right now. The auditor. You know, he spoke all the time and talked about the elves that he would see. This before Joe Rogan would do that. But
I haven't read that book yet, but
yo, I'd like to talk to him. I don't know how to get in touch with him. I'm just curious.
I tried. I reached out to him, and he's just like, his assistant reached back and it's like, oh, you read his book.
Yo, Nathan Reynolds, who's way more far out than what that guy's saying. We spoke on the thing. He's, I owe you a call. That guy's on the run because I think he's who he says he is. And you watch him, and listen, dude, he's talking about the stuff I could verify. I did verify, and he was dead on. Oh, here's an interesting thing that maybe you know something about. He said that underground monorail shit that they talk about, like Dick Cheney supposedly could go to it, and I'm sure he could. The maglev. Mm-hmm. I don't understand this because I don't know math or physics very well, but he said Neptunium is what they run a charge to the Neptunium. Have you ever heard about that? And
wow, Neptunian. Wasn't there a bunch of derailments happening, and even some of the Chinese high speed rails were crashing, and let me just say again, thank you for the likes, and the subscribing. I see that you guys have done that. Thank you so much. We'd like to cover a little bit of comedians and conspiracies and do our best to stay away from politics, but it might be those caffeinated mornings. Because after I see some Asmongold, I'm hopped up. Okay, he gets me all wanting to rewrite history or learn how to take order back. But at night we just like to chill. We don't do any news in the evening. But here we are.
He said that they get from particle colliders, they get metamaterials. So remember Bob Lazar's element 115, and then at Moscovium, I went and looked it up. They made it in a particle collider.
Yeah, in Russia.
But it wasn't stable. And I'm sure they'd tell us the truth about that. What do you think you could get from CERN? What do you think CERN could generate as a byproduct of whatever else it's doing? I bet you get all kinds of crazy shit.
And CERN's growing. They're building a bigger one now. So I think they've gone through 3 different sizes, or maybe at least 2, and they're doing the 3rd one now, or maybe the 4th. It's going to be a big one.
Like that bismuth thing that Linda Moulton Howe has. How do you get 1 micron bismuth and blip, blip, blip from CERN?
By the way, I went to one of those Seoul events, and this guy approached me. He used to work for some...
You could buy a black hole. CERN sells black holes in their gift shop after the tour. Get to go in the dome and buy yourself a black hole.
Technology, I can't remember the technology company right now, but
Palantir.
The same elements that they use in semiconductors, if you go higher up on the periodic table, right? Those are the exotic, like bismuth is one of them. Like that's an example. So
who'd have thought my diarrhea was the key to space travel? No, I never would have dreamed.
But like this is like they're working with these elements at these higher levels. It's highly classified, apparently.
Futurama.
Again, this guy could have been some plant who's just feeding misinformation.
Nathan said, "Don't get too hung up on CERN because there's like 30,000 of them colliders around the world. They're not as big, but under every mountain in America, they got a fucking particle collider because they need those materials." Not only that,
my son worked at one last summer. Stanford Linear Accelerator Center. My son worked at one last summer.
Is he a physicist or something?
He's an undergrad. He's studying physics now. He switched to electrical engineering.
How old are you?
I'm 50. 50.
Oh, I'm 48. Dude, I can't. It's so wild because I'm a middle-aged guy now, and then like I'll be talking to people because I'm a barren man. I'm a single uncle of 2.
So like,
hey,
the higher up the camera shot, the older you are. So they're at this level at 50, and then they'd be like 60.
But
you gotta get to it. You gotta get to it, Kurt. I'm
engaged. I'm engaged. I don't mean single. I just say it as a funny joke, but I'm not like, I don't have a biological clock like a chick, but I'm cool with it either way. I don't pull out, so don't blame me if you're Catholic.
But that's what I'm Catholic too, so I got 4. So you know how it works.
No, Duncan Trussell. Well, Duncan's not, but his wife is, and she will not let him pull it. We got a new podcast that's going to be coming out called Mystery Boys. Me and Duncan.
By the way,
purple background.
I know exactly. I would love to interview that dude. I would love to interview that dude. He's
an interviewer. Okay, so they're like salesmen. Okay, so you can't just have a conversation with them. They're gonna try to sell you something. So if you're around a interviewer, it's not going to be a genuine interaction. So, Ol Kurt Metzger, he's like, he's going to try to use my contacts. Not realizing that Duncan Trussell is very easy to contact. Okay. I've contacted him several times. He will know how much I dislike when he splits his beard. Okay, quit splitting your beard, Duncan Trussell. So every time I can, I'll send him an email. So he's cleaned up too. So you're welcome, folks. Okay, I've had to put in a good email. Tell him to keep his Hands off his beer.
I'll give you a number, dude. Duncan would talk to you.
Okay.
I loved, Duncan. Well, we were both in Gate. Me and Duncan were both in Gate. But it was called Gifted and Talented when I was young. We moved a lot, but one place was called Gateway that I lived. I don't remember if it was North Carolina or Jersey.
This is all short bus stuff. You weren't in the Gateway program, Kurt Metzger, okay? You were just a bit behind, and they try to put you in the special ed class. And you were wondering why the kid who eats ketchup packets is getting the same kind of assignments and listening to those headphones. That's just what they do to kids when they can't learn. Okay, you get to imagine. You're an imaginer. But he loves talking about his Gateway days. Okay. Now, Gateway will get you at preschool. Okay. I don't know how they got me. I mean, not that I'm a Gateway guy, but they got me. They got me at preschool. Now, apparently they know right out of the gate. Okay. What you gonna be when you're older, based on a few criteria. And I met every single one of them. Okay, so I know for sure Kurt Metzger was in no Gate. Okay. No, I have no idea what they're talking about. I thought everyone drank that pink stuff. Yeah, I thought that was just a staple. That's what I got every day. I thought that helped my color blindness. It was supposed to cure my dyslexia. That pink drink. I liked it when it was in tablet form. I would just crush it and snort it. And that wasn't even fluoride tablets. That was the Gateway freebasing. I was freebasing Gateway pink drink. So Kurt Metzger was in the special needs program, and he calls it Gateway. Okay, there's no pattern recognition there on you, Kurt Metzger. Okay, you wouldn't be wearing that outfit if you could pick one out. Okay, you ain't picking out any patterns. But here we are, old Gateway Gaby. Okay. He loves his Gateway stores. Oh, and we do too. Okay, we do too. But how dare you think you're a Gateway boy? You've never been to the entrance.
And in one place called Gifted and Talented. It's just Smart Kid. My sister was in it. My brother was in it. We only took it in Smart Kid class. Now, here's the only thing about it that upsets me when I watch shit. I don't remember anything about it. I don't think anything happened to me, but I literally, all I can remember, I'll get little triggers of memory. So a pink drink, someone brought up who was in Gate.
Okay.
And Blair White, the passing is trans on the internet, whose family invented my religion. By the way, Blair White's real name is Blair White Russell. She came on my show. She went to school in a fucking black pyramid, which Charles Taze Russell had on his grave. What? Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I gotta mention it. Okay.
Dude.
Oh. And it's not really fair because he's not trying to do this, but that looks a little bit like a a Hitler mustache with two rice kernels. These two things, okay? Now, I'm not going to zoom in on Kurt Metzger, okay? But what you doing with the two little white things? But that is the problem with that's why you can't clip your beard, okay? You can't use those clippers because that guard won't allow for a full clip experience. It gets stopped at the nose every time. And then you have a little bit of this extra stuff that you can't quite get. And then you start looking like old Tom Segura. Yeah, real weird side profile shots because of this weird part of your mustache that you couldn't shave off. The little rice kernels.
Hey, listen, I try to explain. I was just talking to Julian Dory, who's I'm a friend of him, and like,
that's all I see now. Okay. Those are it's like little dancing legs.
You know how younger kids now, there's only two things, schizo and autist. That's all there is. The two parties of the future are going to be schizo and autistics. And I don't think anybody's either of those things. I think schizo is some bullshit term. Did you ever talk to that Marzinski guy that talked to schizos?
Now, the Paranoid America interview that Kurt Metzger does with, or did with Paranoid America, that's a good schizo talk. Okay, if you want to give a little schizo on that, they talk a little bit about that stuff and kind of rattled Kurt Metzger's cognitive dissonant bell a bit. You got to make sure that he wasn't talking about him a couple of times, okay? And he was like, "Ooh, that's a little too close to home for old Kurt Metzger." You had to make sure that he wasn't talking about him. But they're in the schizo world, okay? And you better watch out for them schizophrenics, man. They'll start coming up with storylines and harmonizing with voices with inside their body. Locking in to the thread of pure consciousness. Just to be able to tell a story. Okay. That's alchemy. But here we are with Kurt Metzger. Okay, but again, when you shave, you just gotta shave the whole thing, and then grow it all out. And okay, you can't be clipping your beard. It gets and I'll tell you why. Just take a look at Duncan Trussell. Okay, that is why you do not clip your beard. So, however Duncan Trussell looks, you don't want to look like that. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's a whole other rabbit hole, man.
He looked for patterns. He looked for patterns, right?
Pattern matcher.
By the way, I asked. You commented. Did you watch the whole thing on the Gary Nolan interview? They're actually looking at those. We talked about that. Those two categories: people on the autistic spectrum and people who have who are schizophrenic.
Well, let me tell you
And
another
with-
bad theory I have. They made them people like that on purpose because China's doing it and we're doing it. And think about autism, like functioning.
It's in the
First of all,
vaccine.
we use Asperger's named after the Nazi who decided who should live and die if they had the condition. Real weird. Secondly, let's look at this. These are people, if you ever watch Love on the Spectrum, and it's all
yeah,
rich.
I've seen it. I've seen it, but
You can program their sexuality. You could tell them they're a girl, and they'll believe you.
Okay, and again, I just want to. We'll just point out one more time, and then I want to say anything else about it. What are you doing with those fangs? Right there. Okay, and then we'll just move on. But I got us. The elephant in the room is partially on your face. Okay, with legs like that. That is an elephant leg. So again, that is the problem with the clippers. You can't be clipping your mustache. You won't be able to get down to the gray part because of the old nostril. So if you do use clippers, then it's the no guard. Okay, you don't have to shave, but you can go with no guard.
They love every product. You could fuck up Star Wars for 12 years straight, and they're going to have tears of joy when they see a preview. Only 30% of them ever drive a fucking car. You see how they're the people, they're compartmentalized.
You're the compartmentalized consumers. Okay? We don't like consumers. We like creators, producers. My radio voice will develop throughout.
And they've got that, because they're not stupid. They're like smart-hearted. They've got the air. These are not psychopaths. These are people that want to connect, but they can't.
So my son.
I ain't never going to connect. He is realizing that those rice kernels are never coming off his lips. He keeps trying to. Just what? Like, he sees it and he can't. You can't get him off. Oh, Kurt. Why they do this to you? Okay, so again, that's why you gotta. You can't be clipping your beard. Okay, your mustache. You just gotta grow it out, and then you gotta cut it when it's ready. And that's usually when you're no longer allowed into the establishments. And I'm mighty close to that. Mighty close to that. But that's all on choice. All right, here we are.
These are not psychopaths. These are people that want to connect, but they can't.
I ain't never gonna connect.
So my son, right? Like
my son,
much smarter than me. So he's
give me back my boy.
But there's other stuff. I'm like, hey man, you got to stop getting this thing, right?
What?
You got it's gonna make you it's gonna mess you up. And he just keeps doing it. I'm like,
he's still getting he's still getting.
Yes.
Oh, that's so bad, dude. Well, can I tell you something weird, by the way? And I'm not saying this is a cause, it's a correlation, not a causation, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And I'm only one other person. I was at a show talking to a vet. Okay. I regret getting those shots, right? And people got real 100%. Injured. And it's probably has to do with lockdowns and not the shots. But
okay, so I don't mind him talking about this. He has his tenets that he lists off pretty much on every podcast. He'll tell you about being Jehovah's Witness. He will tell you about being on Jimmy Dore, and the things that he has to look up is only because of that, not because of his sick mind. That Austin dweller. But Gateway program's another one, and whatever it was that he was talking about here, because what was it again?
Got real injured.
Oh,
and it probably has to do with lockdowns and not the shot.
So I don't. Again, I get it. I'm whatever that whatever it is. I'm too small of a channel to have a point of view. Okay, I'm just reacting to stuff. So I'm Shane Gillis on this, and I have no point of view for now. But just wait until I get 500 subs. Oh, I'll get the confidence of a king and start shouting theories from a rooftop. Okay. So I get that 500 mark. Woo. But until then, we'll let these people speak, and we kind of just enjoy the ride. But old Kurt Metzger, he's got a few stories that, and I enjoy him. I enjoy the the things that he goes through, or that goes over in each show. It feels like I go through them with him. Okay, I'm connected to Kurt. Our cycles are aligned. And
but I've been like a lot smarter since I got them. Now, I don't think.
Oh, so he's got some smart juice. So he's now. This sounds like a bit of Jeff Dye justification. Jeff Dye loves to justify. And so is this a way for Kurt Metzger to do a Jeff Dye justify on a bad mistake you made? Now, I've been doing this for a very short amount of time, and I've made thousands of mistakes. And they're all recorded in those archives. But do I ever think that makes me smarter? No. Oh God, no. I never think that learning from my mistakes ever makes me smarter. No, I fear the next step of life, every step. So I'm very much stronger from the experience, but Ol Kurp here, he's got the details. All right, here we are. Thank you for letting me play for a bit here.
I've been like a lot smarter since I got them.
Oh, smarter. Okay.
Now, I don't think it's caused by, I don't want to think.
That's a Jeff Dye justify. Okay. I'll figure it out, but it'll sound something like that.
It's caused by the shots. But for some reason, it's just a correlation. It's not, I'm not saying shots did it.
Not necessarily causation, right.
For some reason, if I trace it back around the time that I got the shots,
you start getting smarter.
Because I've done dude. I've tried to kill my memory. I got a good memory. I've done my patriotic duty.
I will say he has actually seemed to be cognitively sharper. Now he loves those energy drinks. But I'm doing this episode right now because he had 2 interviews drop in 24 hours. Okay. And not to mention all the other stuff that he's put out just in this past month alone. I would never achieve those numbers. So this guy might have become maybe the shot recalibrated his gateway programming. And now he's no longer under the gateway spell. If only. I've got deep ruts that I've carved out in the neural passages of my brain to make sure I never lose that, no matter the ego deaths I go through.
Try to kill it. No one can say I didn't. Okay? I've done every kind of speed and I never did meth, but Flintstones meth, I did all the things, coke, all that. I'm telling you, I've been smarter. I don't know why. And I don't understand. And I have a high IQ, but I feel I've been smarter than that.
Let's stay on this thread because I'm going to say some crazy shit too.
Yeah, I love this. I was just about to say the same thing. I love this theory. You're going to come out and start saying, if you can start selling the idea that this, Moderna and all that will make you smarter. Whew. And you're not just being smart for yourself, but you're being smart for your neighbor's grandmother.
Right. Because
another guy told me it's happened to him. Okay, good.
So
okay.
Similar thing. I wouldn't say I've gotten smarter.
Patterns. I see the patterns better.
Yeah, I've kind of always done that, but the stuff that has been happening to me now is like,
probably.
You've been having precognitive dreams yet?
You want to hear a real what? So here's too wild because my girl's.
Oh, here we go. Okay, we're into cognitive. Okay, so we're gonna see. Let me see some little bit of Sean here and see what he has to. Let's see if he pans out. Okay. He seems innocent enough so far, but he's an interviewer, and now he's all getting cognitive.
Kind of fucking. I already know some.
It's like, yeah, I've kind of always done that, but the stuff that has been happening to me now is like, you've been having precognitive dreams yet?
I want to hear a real what? So here's too wild because my girl's kind of fucking. I already know psi is a real thing because my girlfriend and from Mara and Gillis, my girlfriend's always cold. She don't eat like steak and shit. She only eats chicken and fish like a goddamn mermaid or whatever she is. But she has low iron. And you know how iron blocks?
Yes.
And how that they'll take, and I'm like, and so my girl, I always make a joke about it, but in San Diego, she had some crazy story. She told me about an orb up over her that was pushing her down because that has to be the magnetic field pressing the plasma together. The way she described it sounds like what Ashton Forbes, who's clearly some Israeli asset, was talking about. I mean, I talked to him for a while, and I texted him. I'm like, what are you doing?
Him too. I get along with him, but
he's a fucking scumbag liar working for Israel. By the way, you can't find anything about his background. You know how you just told me your background? Where the fuck did he come from? There ain't nothing about him anywhere. Nothing. So I believe him about the technology. I don't understand why he's a simp for Israel, other than being clearly an asset.
Yeah, I don't. Well, first of all, the technology I think is just his theory, but I don't buy the theory on that.
Oh yeah. Oh, now I think Israel did it because of how he is. Now I think Israel.
Well, here's what I think happened because we talked about it on our we had a very cordial discussion about it. I'm probably the only person he didn't yell at for not agreeing with him.
I go on with him great, but he is out of line, dude, and he works for them. That's all I can say.
Yeah, well, this is gonna demonstrate that. Not that I'm right, but
this could be a good one. I mean, we're still. Yeah, there's an hour 20 into it. But that Paranoid American one, that was a good one. So
if you just look at he picks out patterns that are correct with all the Chinese scientists and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But if you just dig a little bit deeper and look at the company Freescale Semiconductor, at the same time, they had just signed a deal with the DoD for these chips for like satellite communications and things like that. So you have some of your main scientists flying to Beijing to put together a fab somewhere in China. You think the U.S. government is going to be game with that? So I think just conventionally, I think the U.S. government made that happen. Like just found a way to either make the pilot crazy or shot it down, or because they had like all these batteries on board and stuff like that.
As soon as you hear who's on board.
No, I thought my cadence was a little bit slow. Okay. Now you can't be having that kind of cadence up against Kurt Metzger. All right. That took a little bit long to explain. He had to slow himself down just to get to hear you say a point. So yeah, pick it up. Okay. Even right now, I'm too slow for Kurt Metzger.
It kind of tells you, okay, this was, but now I think it's Israel because of Ashton. I wouldn't have thought it was Israel, but if you blame Israel 9 out of 10 times, you're not going to be wrong. Let's face facts here.
Regardless, I think it was a conventional military operation.
Yeah, probably.
I don't think there's anything but I think they brought him in to confuse the situation in plain sight, right? To make it about this crazy.
Yo,
I like him too.
That's how easy it is.
He may have done it inadvertently too. He may have just said, "Hey, this
Sorry about that microphone."
Just said, I believe him. I believe what he's saying, but I think somebody kind of seeded that.
Of course,
narrative.
Yo, Monarch. Yeah. Listen, I'm not saying he's Monarch, but the fact that we know that exists, and if you read Fritz Springmeier, which you should, the amount of people that are rattling around that this shit was done to is a lot of people, and they're very. I'm not going to say the names, but somebody very famous is a friend of mine who has no memories before they were 15 and whose dad was some kind of gangster that I think sold him in the program 100%. And once I realized that
Now, do you really believe that Ariana Grande on the red carpet when she was talking about the erasure program that she underwent at the Better Days facility, do you think that was real? I mean, do you think that she actually got what's it called, not deprogrammed, but to where they just shock you a bunch, something with a D, but they erase your memories.
Told me this, they were like, you shouldn't look into this too much. This person goes, however bad you think it is, it's so much worse than that. And that's all they would say. And I go, no, I know. I mean, I don't think I experienced it. I can't remember, but the stories I've heard, and the reason the stories are so bad is you have to do that to create this power. You have to like warp reality with the evil. And then once you have everybody in that blackmail thing, and the people that give themselves into it the most, they win. So then you're like stunting on things. You're doing shit that's it sounds like a 13-year-old goth wanted to be edgy and wrote gross shit. The shit that goes on. And I couldn't understand it, and now I do. But read Tracy Twyman. That explains a lot. The bottom line is, I was trying to explain to Scott Horton. We had an argument outside. I love that dude. Scott Horton is very smart. His books are great. Scott told me in these words, he goes, I have a blind spot for anything religious. Well, I go, well, you're telling me why you don't get what I'm saying. He goes, what's the big deal?
You're missing out on a huge part of reality. Like,
that's the goal, is to put you in one hemisphere of your brain. And Mark Passio, everybody watch Mark Passio's thing. I can't, because it explains the goal to always have you unbalanced. You have a left and right hemisphere, a mommy and a daddy. That's why you're supposed to have parents to overlay that pattern until you reach age 6 when you can discern reality for yourself. Right? There's a brainwave you don't have yet. The fucking scumbag Nazis, and it's before the Nazis, dude. It goes back to like before Egypt and shit. Oh, Windows on the World, dude. Do you know Mark Windows? I had him on. I'm going to send you this video. I'm going to send it to you so I don't forget. It's called, the video is called Egyptian Crowd Control.
Oh, here we go.
And this guy has done some fucking good work, man. I'm just trying to piece the thing together. So I'm a bad interviewer. I don't make a good show for people. It's called The Derp with Kurp. It's not good.
It's an amazing show.
I'm putting a team together. No, hold on, wait. I want to know the answer. It's so selfish, my endeavor. I just want to understand what the fuck's going on. And
I'm with you. Like, that's the whole purpose of my channel. I just wanted to figure out.
If you're with them, then quit talking about your channel. Yeah. Oh, man, they just want to talk about their channel. Let me tell you. You ain't never going to hear me talk about my channel, okay? I do a little house cleaning in the beginning. Let you kind of know how much I appreciate everything. And then I just stick with the show. Unless there's technical issues, then I'll kind of let you in. I'll break the fourth wall and start talking to all of you. Because I need the technical answers. No, but yeah, Kurt Metzger here feels a bit used because he's realizing that it's all about Sean. Okay. Now the other guy, the guy who created his own religion, yeah, it was all about him too. Yeah, but he had fun with it. But here we are.
I watch your channel a lot. Okay, hold on. Let me and all the channels I like, people, your algorithm's weird. People fucking say that shit.
Yes.
No, it's not. You sub fucking midwit fuckwit.
Well, no, I'm talking about the algorithm as it presents to me in terms of like.
I like a lot of other stuff. It's not schizo to look at everything. That's not schizo.
Right. Right.
I write jokes that way.
So he's got the schizo defensive. This is the all right. This will be. Sorry about that. I skipped ahead. I schizoed ahead.
Your algorithm.
Okay. This is a bit of that. Jeff died justification. He's trying to justify like Jeff died of his algorithm. Now your mind's all over the place, Kurt. Okay, don't tell us you ain't no little schizo. Okay, yeah, schizo. But just do your thing. We enjoy it. But he ain't telling us you ain't not schizo. You're full schizo.
It's weird. People fucking say that shit.
Oh. 1 second here. My worlds are colliding. Let me see if I can change the screen just a little bit here. Oh, sorry guys, I was gonna adjust my reformat everything. What am I doing? I'll just let it play.
Yes.
No, it's not. You sub fucking midwit fuckwit.
Well, no, I'm talking about the algorithm.
Hey, let me tell you one thing, Kurt Metzger. If you ever think it's okay to call someone like me that, okay, I'm just 4'3". Okay, Kurt Metzger is 6'3". Okay, I'm only 4'3". But I know one day I'm gonna be 4'5". That's just 2 more inches. Okay. So I'm gonna grow to them heights one day. But if you ever, man, talk to me like that, I need a good talking to. So you can yell at me all you want to, Kurt Metzger. Okay. As a matter of fact, what I was in the middle of doing is trying to give you a little bit more screen space. Okay. Excuse me. Got me all choked up. Let's try that out.
The algorithm as it presents to me in terms of like,
I like a lot of other stuff. It's not schizo to look at everything. That's not schizo.
Right. Right.
I write jokes that way. I write jokes. It sounds like I'm Batman from the 60s and I'm getting to the answer by some nonsense, but I'm not.
It's like Columbo. It's like Columbo, right?
And people will fucking gaslight you because they're dumber than you. I'm fine with that. I don't have an ego about people. That's my whole fucking life is dumber people. Telling me I'm fucking
that's part
crazy.
of the problem. People get so upset that you're presenting this thing and you just say, look, you don't have to believe it, right? I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on for myself. Right? I have no stake in whether or not you believe.
Well, they can't get their head around that these things that seem like they're not connected are indeed connected. They cannot get because why? There's an Overton window. They're already a vice on your head.
I'm moving that Overton window
UFOs,
all the time.
Those don't exist.
I'll break in them windows. I mean, you go from one thing to another, okay?
I thought it just meant something you can't identify. No, it doesn't. Okay. Now it's called UAPs. Why? Because they could go in the water too. No, asshole, because you were lying before, and much like Diddy, you got to change your name every time you do a major crime. That's why, ass fucks.
By the way, did you see in September 2024, Harvard University quietly had a call for papers on sentient plasmoids?
Yes. Oh, how come?
See, Kurt Metzger knows. Just say yes when they say, hey, have you heard about the... Okay. Anyone who says, have you heard? Okay. You don't need... You just say the thing. Just say, oh, so-and-so said this, okay. Why are people wondering about people's opinions or something? What is that? It's like, just say the thing. Then.
Have you done any research on like
questions.
ionic cell communication and stuff like that?
Just say what you know about it, okay? You don't have to. Like, have you ever? Okay, just say what it is about it that you find so fascinating, and then allow us to figure out if it's at our cognitive level of yours, Sean. Okay. But it's all a bit much.
A little, but keep in mind, I don't fully understand it. But yes, because wait, what? When they said plasmoids and shit, I go, are you trying to tell me? Because I was already looking at the other shit where the sigil bullshit with plasma and what. I'm like, are you dog walking me back to a theistic thing right now? Yeah, they are.
Mm-hmm.
And because you're not you, but people compartmentalize, and that's the benefit of creating autistic kids that are high functioning.
Because you just focus them and they'll just dig in on one area.
Academic. What is academia for? My girl who has a degree, she's working at Getty.
Extreme specialization.
But what if I could breathe
You can't step back and see the forest for the trees. It's just like
your betters will do it.
You have UFO people yelling at paranormal ghost people, yelling at Sasquatch people, when it's all the same fucking thing.
That's right.
Or similar.
Yep. And well, I'm grateful to Jehovah's Witnesses because that boringness of going to 3 meetings a week and reading the Bible for entertainment, that's how bored I was at the meeting. And I like learning. I love talking religion with anybody. I don't want to be indoctrinated. It makes me bored and it makes me go to sleep. And I thought I actually love learning new shit.
So, Kurt Metzger is ADHD.
Shit all the time, and I'm not afraid of it, and I don't care about my ontological world. I don't care about that shit.
You got to be ontologically flexible, Kurt.
But I just am. I think most people are, until you go to school and they teach you and that's the Carnegie Rockefeller rule by experts, and that's what school's for, to make you a fucking spurg. But they learned how to do it genetically, and they did it. And all these and so like my friends that are autistic that are my age, they're like T800s because they're not completely taken in by fucking horse shit. They're breeding us into these fucking, Greta Thunberg's 3 generations away from a gray big head alien. She's 3 generations away. In fact, all the famous people, you ever hear the saying that you have a big head if you're famous? Famous people are hot with big heads and they're small. What? That's an old saying, dude. But what? Why?
Yeah, it's because it's selection, right? It's like
it's a natural selection.
We're in a cognitive society. By the way, that whole interview I did with Gary Nolan was about we're in a cognitive.
Right, another cognitive here. All right, let me take this back real quick. Why is it shaking like that? What is he saying here?
And they did. Carnegie Rockefeller rule by experts, and that's what school's for, to make you a fucking spurg. But they learned how to do it genetically, and they did it. And all these and so like my friends that are autistic that are my age, they're like T800s because they're not completely taken in by fucking horse shit. They're breeding us into these fucking Greta Thunberg's 3 generations away from a gray big head alien. She's 3 generations away. In fact, all the famous people, you ever hear the saying that you have a big head if you're famous? Famous people are hot with big heads and they're small. What? That's an old saying, dude. But what? Why?
Yeah, it's because it's selection, right? It's like
it's a natural selection.
We're in a cognitive society. By the way, that whole interview I did with Gary Nolan was about the new species. Creation of new species.
I just want to point this about old boy Gary. He's good friends with Anthony fucking Fauci.
Which is strange because based on like how Fauci handled the AIDS kind of situation.
We played it on Jimmy's show, dude. And guess what? All the gay, they don't teach. It's funny. It's an argument to teach gay history because then the young zoomies and millennial dumb shit gays would understand that they used to carry Fauci's head on a stick.
Yeah.
They had a effigy of his. Can you imagine doing that now? The outrage and terrorisms of that. But back then, the gays were like, this guy's a piece of shit. And he was. And Dallas Buyers Club is about him.
And he is.
And he's a Jesuit. And by the way, and I don't know Danny Sheehan, and I'm nothing against the dude, but that curly head of beautiful boy hair, there ain't no way he got out of that shit being a front. He's a front. There's no way with grabbable boy hair like that he survived in the Jesuits not being programmed. There's just no fucking way. The Jesuits are bad, and Nathan Reynolds will tell you all about them. The Knights of Columbus, the Knights of Malta, Lake Havasu. Okay,
you know they call them the Pope's assassins, right? Jesuits.
Yes, and remember when Charlie
Sheen?
Why
they call them the Pope's assassins?
Because they were.
Just say it.
No, why?
The Pope, if the Pope doesn't work out, they assassinate him.
Oh, that's clever. That's true, too. That's that guy Pius, right? They whacked him. The Mafia hit. Godfather 3 is about them doing that, right?
Yeah, I think so. It's been a while. But
by the way, Francis Ford Coppola is a shitbag, too. Do you know that? How he covered up for the Jeepers Creepers director, that vicious who was...
I didn't know. By the way, Jeepers Creepers is an awesome movie, but I didn't know anything about that.
And that fucker that made it, who... They all have this, like... There's something with like this fat guy, feminine fat girl chin they have. The guy that directed it. Jeepers Creepers probably about him, but he'll never tell you what the creeper is because he knows he's a filthy PDF, and he knows he won't get work if he reveals what the creeper is. But I know what the creeper is. It's him. That fucker made a movie called Clown House. Sam Rockwell, Francis Ford Coppola was his backer.
Nathan Forrest or something, the kid from the movie who was viciously assaulted by this director, Victor Salva. And I remember I was in high school when this happened, when Powder came out. So Victor Salva comes out of prison.
Yeah, Powder, yeah.
Francis Ford Coppola, he goes, there wasn't that big an age difference. The boy was 12 and he was 30. I don't know if that's a big age difference. And Coppola goes, he's so talented. That's why it's a shame to throw him away. Is it? Jeepers Creepers is okay. I mean, it's not bad, but like, is that a big loss to society, not having the next Clown House movie made? Coppola?
No.
You weirdo? So, no, that's weird. And so this is the most evil thing.
Nick Cage, like his...
Yeah. Charlie Sheen's buddy. Yeah. Oh, Charlie Sheen said he was a Vatican assassin when he was going through his crazy period. Remember? I wrote for his roast. I met him. He's very charming. We didn't know.
Well, yeah, because I know Martin Sheen was like super Catholic, super religious.
Yeah, and if you watch the Netflix limited hangout about Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, I did.
Charlie Sheen says his parents walked around naked till he was 5. Yeah. Now, he's not the oldest brother. How long were they doing that? That's inappropriate. When he says he did gay shit because he's on coke, and that is a phenomenon. Cocaine is a hell of a drug, as Rick James. I wrote on Chappelle's show too. Rick James used to say that in the thing.
Did you really write for the Chappelle show?
Mm-hmm.
That's fantastic.
I only got. I might have only one. I sold him like 2 or 3, but only one got on, and it was where
you're long overdue for a Netflix special. I know you don't want to work for the man, but you're long overdue. This is an advertisement for that
I don't give a shit about it. Look, I'll make a special.
There's no need for specials. What you're doing right now far exceeds the need for a special. Okay, specials are outdated. What Kurt Metzger is doing and others are creating the collapse of stand-up comedy. Thank God. So there's no need for that anymore. You can just do your little podcast shows. And you can go on tour and do all that stuff, but you start filming it like we're gonna watch it like it's in a theater. We're just watching this stuff on our TV screens and computer or phones okay, so it's got to stay within that production value. But I suppose you could watch a movie on a phone if you got some good headphones. Okay, the headphones do help create a bit of a cinematic experience when you're having to use a smaller screen. And if it is a smaller screen, it helps if it's a sharper image, or high quality image. So if you got decent headphones, you can enjoy Die Hard. But there's no need to do specials anymore. So
honestly, your best bet is to have your own following and pay. It's very cheap to make your own special. I'm going to do it at Mothership.
There you go.
Because Joe Rogan's a good guy who pays better than any club in the country. I can pay for the production out of what I make doing a weekend there. So I'm going to do that. And then if they want to buy, fine, if I make money. But everybody better get away from the institutions because they're all the same thing.
100%. And by the way, like AI can be a bit of a curse, but it's also going to allow people to become more sovereign, let's call it. Start their own companies.
Dude, you want to play my great music video? That's to this day, because people hate AI, but I make all kinds of fun stuff with AI that I'm very proud of. Here, I'm going to send it to you right now.
Am I going to be allowed to play it, or is YouTube going to
I've played it on multiple
copyrights
shows.
Warning me.
Dude, I played it on multiple shows. I played it with Fighter and the Kid. My friend Brian Callen, I know him for I've known him for a long time, like 20-something years.
He's another good Irishman, right? He's a good Irishman.
I love Brian, but Brian, I like to show them stuff. But Brian's dad is a fucking CIA and Jesuit, and he ran the Bank of Saudi Arabia. He's an IMF loan shark. Sam Tripoli interviewed him. I didn't know any of this. And Brian would get a knot in his gut whenever I talk shit on the CIA or the State Department because
and I've heard his dad's I don't know his dad. Maybe I'd like him. Sometimes I meet people and I get along with them great, but he sounds like not a good guy. And Jesuit shit. Brian got MK Ultra. I tell him that to his face when I see him every time. Okay, wait. Hold on. So I made this. I got bored with it after I got done playing with it, but I made a lot of funny shit with AI, dude. And this is a rap song by Kash Patel that I'm extremely proud of. Okay?
These can't be good.
And I like to play it as much as possible because every new thing that happened, it like applies better than it did before. I don't understand how. Hold on, it's almost there. Here we go. I'll send you a couple of great projects I did with AI that I'm not against AI. It's just glorified bots. They're not making it come alive. They got to take brain tissue and grow it around it to do that. They can't make a soul, dude. They can't do that. That's why these gray big head things fuck with Whitney.
Not with technology, but they can create thought forms, tulpas, stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so I just sent you.
Oh boy!
Wait, let me pee one more
I'm
time.
setting it up right now. Hold on.
I'm setting up altars and thought forms right now.
You ready?
I just cast an altar on you right now.
Thing on.
Let's play this banging new track from Kash Patel. Wait, I should change my name.
33 hertz. Let's go.
Okay.
Yo.
Yeah, Shiva.
Turn the beat up. 33 hertz. Let's go. I told y'all I'd drain it, expose every name, but the list got too hot, so I switched up the game. Promised the files, promised the truth on the shelf. Now I'm ghost like Epstein, looking out for myself.
Okay, let's here's a hot new track from FBI.
Okay.
Did it go up yet?
Patties on the curb, y'all lining up quick. Munch of my words like it's ghee on that brick. See you in Valhalla, brother.
Wait, is it playing? I don't see it. Sean? Sean?
What's happening?
I don't see it.
Nothing to see here. Fam Furry did the deed. Next
Is it up?
Say again?
It's not. I don't see anything on the screen.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Are you watching it now? It's not up here.
I was.
Oh, why can't I see it?
Let me stop sharing.
We're still enjoying it.
Maybe because I put. No.
Oh my god.
Years of age, if I rages 33, this 33, that 33 in the chat, 33 in the memo, 33 where it's at. Masonic breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 33. If you count them all, you'll see the winner.
All right, can you see it now?
Wait, it's loading. Let's see. No.
Never dance to another man's AI.
There's nothing. There's a little red dot.
I'm chilling with Fez.
Well, that's very disappointing.
This is their version of pretending like when did this happen recently? When someone was pretending that they couldn't hear them or something. But no, I think that yeah. Kurt Metzger couldn't hear it. That's right.
Same thing, 33 mimosas.
Did you make that?
Yeah.
Because I saw that. I didn't even know it was by you. I saw it before you sent it to me.
It's my most popular AI slop I've ever made.
It's hilarious. It's a little racist, but
Why? Hey, what did the Hindus say to the Christian? See you in Valhalla? What?
It's got the Kali. It's got the Karnoff pants, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh yeah, I made every part of it. You're animating photos, so you lose fidelity. But then I make as Sue knows where I made the song, and then Grok I would refine the lyrics. Grok, like none of these things know how to be funny, but they can find little rhymes you wouldn't have thought of, and then you can mold it. It's a tool that I find very useful to make funny shit.
Nice.
Have you ever just written something and then asked AI to put it in the style of Dr. Seuss?
No.
Again, why do you have to ask us if we've done this? Okay, can you just say the thing? Okay, it shows you're a double-digit IQer. It's bothering me.
Have you ever just written something and then asked AI to put it in the style of Dr. Seuss?
No, well, no, not Dr. Seuss, but I've definitely written something and said make it in the style of whatever.
Yeah. You can do H.P. Lovecraft. You can do it. It works better than you would think. But
yeah, it can do that. It's it's. I mean, the shit. I had a friend that was making. He wanted me to make. He's in Puerto Rico. All these AI guys are in Puerto Rico because that Mark Andreessen fucking lion fuck bought. So somebody so it's bots that can do a few more things. They get slave AIs, they call them, which are, it's like, okay, make a viral
agentic AI, right?
No,
maybe basically they want to make a AI that write a hit Christmas album that's viral, and then what these particular guys, not my friend, these other guys did is they went on Discord and had two AIs argue about how to make it, and then they made a thing called the Goatsy Christmas album. Remember Goatsy, that viral thing of the guy's asshole that
I saw one that an AI, this guy had his AI unlocked and like hacked so that it had full features, I guess. And then put another phone next to it and had the phone that was unlocked recite the script in the program that was needed in order to unlock the phone. Recited that right next to the other phone that was trying to listen to it through its AI and unlocked that one. So they can unlock each other. But here, yeah.
GOATSE. It's actually pretty funny. The whole album, like Up Your Ass is Where the Magic Is and shit. There's the songs, and it did go. I never heard of it, but it went viral, like a lot of things. And Mark Andreessen paid them $70 million for their language model because of that. So that started a gold rush. The taxes in Puerto Rico, I guess you don't get taxed or whatever. So everybody went there to make shit coins, NFTs, and AI. They want.
And Nick Shirley's got himself a good old coinage too. Okay. So everyone's going to get those coins.
Wanted me to make funny Trump memes, like train their AI to make funny Trump memes. And they want to pay me like 50 grand. And I go, give me a tiny percentage of the thing if it becomes something. That's what I want. Because I'm training my replacement is what you're telling me, right?
Yeah, that's 100%.
And they didn't call me back after that.
No, these companies are reaching out to me for to like
nothing.
Assess their chatbot's response for like private equity and like finance and stuff
well,
like that. Well,
because they're on the Spurg side of things, the autism side, they don't understand the key to it is to be schizo. So the synthesis of seemingly unrelated events is how I write jokes. That's a thing that they look for in Monarch.
Here you are.
The thing where it's like, hey, stay on topic. I am on topic, you dumb shitheads.
Yeah, it's just much higher level compared. Like
I'm just pulling the camera back, and any idiot could do it. I'm not smarter than you. You're just not going to do it. Not you.
People just aren't doing it. They're just not. Yeah, they're just not doing it. They're not looking at it. They're stuck. They're hypnotized.
We got jobs. Okay. We can't keep going down the portal. Okay, and there's stuff happening in the world. That's why I don't cover news at night. Okay, we gotta get those cortisone levels down. So we like to just chill and watch this stuff and make fun of people at their expense with zoom ins, and we laugh at them. But we also listen to conspiracy theories. But here we are. These old.
You don't have to wait for disclosure. Nobody has to wait for disclosure. That's a pat on the head from your teacher or some dumb shit.
You ain't waiting.
You could go find out everything right now. You just need a little discernment, right? And you need to look at everything. But nobody wants to do that. They want to be artificial.
And don't be a nationalist. Okay. All those labels.
Officially autistic and look at trains, whatever their thing is, right?
Have you ever talked to?
Oh, here we go. Have you ever started a sentence without a question?
Trains, whatever their thing is, right?
Have you ever talked to or watched anything from Peter Levenda?
Just say the thing.
Yeah, what is he, a wizard or what's his deal? Because he's interesting, but I don't understand his background.
So, first of all, I think he's a great dude, but he's like I
watch him a lot.
I can't say anything for certain, but he has to be intelligence adjacent because he's a member of like the intelligence
like
officers.
Ian Carroll?
Like
he's some kind of occultist.
How did Tucker Carlson interview Ian Carroll and say that he is CIA, or that people have been saying CIA or Mossad? I've been saying that Ian Carroll's got a Mossad haircut for the longest time, and you mentioned it on the show. How you watching my show, Ian Carroll? Okay, I'm just a new guy. Okay, Ian Carroll, you don't be watching my show. You don't need to do a Jeff Dye justification of the reasoning that you cover your hair with your hood, okay? With your little Mossad ponytail. You all got them. They're the ones with the fancy hair. The French allegiance. The foreigners.
Of some kind, is he not?
Yeah, for sure. But I once, he was talking about something, and he's like, back in the 70s, we were looking at this and that. And I said, who's we?
Yeah, what he said.
And he's like, oh, friends, family, people.
Have you heard of we?
All right, I got it.
I love talking. Like, Jason Giorgiani was so interesting when he came on.
It's hard to be mad at Sean.
One thing that he would talk about where he says he believes there's a 5D civilization that can cock around with your afterlife even. And the way he described it was they have like these points set up where they're trying to fuck with over a timeline. They're trying to like orchestrate. And then it made me, and I think he's right. And because the Nordics never change their outfits. There's no black people, by the way. Their architecture don't change. It's brutal. It's like this brutalist architecture that's timeless.
Nordics.
And when you hear secret space program shit, I mean, a lot of it's nonsense, but there's a guy named Daryl James that I would like to interview because he's one of the first ones I saw that was interesting. Daryl James. And because his story was so insane, it was like the Star Trek mirror universe he was in, where they're like Satanists and cannibals. And Michael Aquino's in it. And the way he describes the fucking Nordics, he called them
what did he call
Taijitans. He said they're called Taijitans. That's what they call themselves.
We like the Tai Chi.
And they're all blonde and blobbity blop. And he said so many weird things that it was just interesting. QI. Maybe it's a lie, but it was fascinating. And he said, like, the women, let's say they live like a while, you know, their husband dies, they can be impregnated with their own husband so he can live again. And I'm like, that sounds like Jesus. Wait, like how God got Mary pregnant with himself? Yeah. Oh, by the way, you know the Komodo dragon does parthenogenesis. If there's only certain bloodlines, they can make they can make a perfect male specimen. And Nathan Reynolds said his family was in service to something they called Nahash, the serpent, and he said it was this. And I saw Steve Mera talking about this, and Nathan described the same thing. There's some ceremony of drinking this black shit that's dripping off of its fucking fangs.
When I was talking to Mira, and there's also Barry Fitzgerald, particularly Steve Mera, he said that they were, once they started delving into Sumerian and Babylonian mythology, they legit started getting attacked. Like, Mira woke up and he had arms around him in his bed. And like, who knows? And he like flipped out. He said he could feel the hair, like the beard, or like not beard, but like bristles of like somebody behind him.
Kissing
he's
the back
lying
of his
in bed.
neck.
Yeah.
Butterfly
And,
kiss.
That's unsettling.
Getting an old butterfly kiss from a fifth dimensional being, Sumerian warlord, the Anunnaki, whisking his whiskers along your feeble neck.
Yeah, a little unsettling. Of course, he like fought out of it, and there was nothing there, and all that weird crap. But
all these intelligent NHI, I view it as a prisoner tricking a fat, lonely woman who made contact. And they're prisoners. So imagine eternal prisoners, what deranged perverts they are, and how they'll tell you anything to get in there. They'll tell you fucking anything. And one day I'm going to get out. We'll be together, baby. And that's when I see Whitley Strieber talk about that. I'm like, dude, you are a pen pal with the worst prisoners of the universe. And I don't want to commune with them. In fact, I think we should do everything to never commune with them. But look, the bottom line is we're getting dog walk back to, if you're in the West, they're dog walking you back to the Bible. If you're in another country, they're dog walking you back to whatever. I don't care what you want to label it. I think most of them are human intelligence, not non-human. Human's just your shell. Intelligence is intelligence. So what do you mean non-human intelligence?
It could be an intelligence that just take any form, right? It could be, you could take the form of an owl or whatever.
They're dicking around with the and read J.R. Sweet's book or go on MormonMonarch.org. He was in a ceremony inside of Mount Shasta. He describes that was so horrifying. It blew my mind. He's a bunch of, and it was so funny is if you watch his interview, he's like, now I am not racist. He does a whole qualifier about not being racist because
Jeff
it was these
justify
pools of water and like these stone, it looked like slides that they're sliding newborn babies down.
Oh,
and there's all these Asian guys, old ones and fat ones and then young ones, and they're eating live babies coming out, and the pool's filled with blood.
Oh my God.
And screams. And he said he saw young guys that were traumatized clearly by it, and the older guys doing it. And some soldier, his programming broke. He was like, we got to kill these people. And so the colonels or whoever sent JR to go stop the guy. So he had to run through the ceremony. He goes, don't look at the ceremony. But he's like, how can you not look? And then he's trying to calm the guy down, who's rightfully saying we should kill every motherfucker in that room. And the guy knew he was being tricked and hit JR with a rifle butt, and his fucking soul went out of his fucking body from getting hit so hard. And that's when he's disembodied, he saw women giving birth to babies that are being slid down to these guys. That's inside Mount Shasta. Inside Mount Shasta, he was told by his uncle Gail, his handler, he goes, what the, because you'd probably be wondering what the fuck that was, right?
Yeah.
He said it's a group of beings called the Sluff. SLUFF.
Oh, man.
A group of evil entities that live in that mountain. Not the Lemurians. Are you sure it wasn't the Lemurians? No. A bunch of ancient fucked up people, and those Asians aren't necessarily them.
Man,
those Asians probably, I thought at first were Chinese, but they're probably Japanese, because around that time is when the CIA did that sarin gas attack with that cult that was using MK Ultra helmets on their fucking followers.
Shinrikyo. Yeah.
And J.R. Sweet says 100%, and Robert Byrd, the senator, was in on it, and the CIA, and the fucking Mormies, and Walter Hinckley Jr. was and if you look up Hinckley from the Mormons, a lot of pedo shit about him out there now. This is in the 90s. There's certain people I watch their thing and I believe the whole thing they're telling me. My friend Emma, Watch Imagination Podcast. She has everybody that was a victim on, and I just watch them. Some of them are just crazy. Some of them are crazy, but with a reason, Your Honor. And I just try to, like Marcinski did with schizos. I just want to see the pattern. And the pattern is not good.
Yeah, the Marcinski thing is
the pattern making.
He's onto something.
Legit.
Because Sigmund Freud was a guy who his job was to gaslight rich victims of generational PDF files in Austria and gaslight them. Oh, babies have an oral fixation, so that's why they want to F their dad and mom. And Freud's a cokehead, injectable cokehead maniac who was put, and by the way, Jung, he was an occultist as well. His theories are better, clearly, but
don't hate on my Jung.
Absolutely. I mean, talk about UFOs and all sorts of stuff.
Listen, if you're a Rosicrucian and you're not involved with harming kids and all that, you're a dumb chump who's wasting your time on nonsense, idiot. If you're involved in the real shit, you have the blood that they found out you have to raise you up. But every other moron in a fraternity talking about allegory, well, this represents the inner Christ secretion. You are a fucking idiot who's being chumped. If you ain't been to the ceremony where they eat babies, you ain't gonna be there, moron. And you're gibbering nonsense from mystery schools, which, by the way, Blavatsky made that up. There's no mystery school. There's Babylonian mystery religion, which is evil. It's watch Windows, Egyptian crowd control. Egypt's a society based on OCD, where the pharaoh dressed up in nonsense outfits, and they tie his day up all day, the corrupt priests, with a gnosis of the afterlife. Then when you meet the ferryman, you must give, it's like Monty Python sketch. You must answer 3 questions of the swallow and the riddles. The whole day, and so Akhenaten, the way I look at Akhenaten now, and Windows said this to me, he's right.
The guy that looks like an alien, basically. Big head.
He probably did. Well, he could be so inbred he looks like that, but it could also be it's an idealized form that they want you to think they look like that, but they didn't, which is spookier.
Oh, it is ideal.
Akhenaten, it's like consolidating. So all these polytheism, think of it like retail versus wholesale. Akhenaten's like, this is ridiculous. We got too many gods. That's how I look at it. And we're just going to do one, assholes. And that's fucking up the business of 1 million corrupt funeral home directors that they call the priests of Egypt. And Nathan Reynolds told me that started from corruption of preparing the dead. And they made so much money that's how the pharaonic system started, that the rulers were amazed at what they had done. That's your Babylonian mystery magic right there. And meanwhile, you've got access to dead bodies. So you could do all kinds of weird shit. Find out all kinds of secrets, can't you? You can find out how to make a potion to make you live longer by grinding up their pineal and pituitary and lung tissue and mixing it with monoatomic gold. And they call it ormus, not the kind online, which is just monoatomic gold, but with human shit in it, and live longer and be psychic and shit. And this dude that told me about this, and he gave me names, dude.
Blow that up my nose
the Van
with a pipe.
Dusen family. You ever hear of those
like
fuckers?
Phoenix.
They own a botanical garden in New York and Canada from the Queen. It's under the City of London control. And they got relatives they don't show because they're so old. And all you got to do is drink this. And I asked my buddy Gnostic Neil.
You ever see that movie, The Ritual, by the way?
Another question.
Is that
he has not ever just made statements. Okay? Like, you ain't no man if you're not making statements. He poses... It's not even posing a question. He wants to come off smart. Okay, I'm stupid. I'm very, very dumb. Okay, I think that I'm going to discover gold and something funny in this dark, dark world. Yet I still do it. Only the dumbest do stuff like that. But I never pose a question before a statement. Okay? That's foolishness.
Ever see that movie, The Ritual, by the way?
Just tell us
is that
about
where
it.
they go in the woods and there's that son of Loki that is like, and the guy, his friend got murdered in the store?
They open the door and there's this.
I have seen that. Have you seen Death Becomes Her, which me and my girlfriend just so happened to watch before
a long time ago.
Well, I'm like, what is this? Adrenochrome? No, it's about Ormus. Ormus, that's the shit. And I think that movie was about that. I do. But it's gold. And I saw, so my friend Whitney had this chick from Orange is the New Black on, who's a whack job, who was like, yeah, no, I saw the gold drink. She kept talking about the gold drink.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck is the gold drink? It's Ormus. That's what the gold drink is.
Ormus. And
That's the same person that was thinking that Bert Kreischer was going to buy her a boat. She's talking about the yellow drink because she was on that show.
I found out from Neil from Gnostic Informant that Sumerians were drinking that shit. Remember Nibiru, and they need the gold to put in their atmosphere? No, they need your fucking body parts. They use every part of the buffalo. Don't worry about adrenochrome. That's one stupid thing. Your happy juice, remember the pig party I told you?
Oh, yeah.
I'm taking your hormones while you come. I bet I can make drugs out of that. From royal blood? That's what they're doing. They use every part, and they take them out of Peru the most because Amaru, the god of that country.
It's like the serpent god or something, right?
That's the god of America. America's named after it. It's not something named after America. He changed his name.
Americo Vespucci, right?
Yeah, that idiotic story that makes no sense, and you've never heard of that ever happening. Where the ruler goes.
They don't even really teach it. They just say it was named after this guy, and they never explain why.
Yeah, well, why would it be named after him? Since when do the rulers want the working man to have the glory? Never. So that he changed his name to be more like that. And if you look at the shit the Aztecs did or the Iroquois nation did, which is where we're getting
the workers don't need from
martial vampirism. Because if you are drinking someone's blood on their way out, you're getting entangled.
Oh,
it's a quantum. That's the life is the blood. That's why it's sacred and shit.
Oh,
so I already know this shit's true from my other research. When the people tell me, I already got the discernment
quantum
from that.
Entanglement.
Now I'm trying to pick out who are these fucking families because I think there's 3 at the top because that 3 is a big number, and I think they're all those stupid gray aliens that are. Who's the guy that Tim, the technical German that goes on Linda Moulton Howe all the time, and he has a little mustache? His name's Tactical Tim.
Oh, that guy. That guy looks. Sure, he's a
when
great guy, but my alarm bells go. He just looks sketchy. He's like sketchy.
Why? Because he has a mustache like Vince McMahon has, and when Tom and Jerry, when he put on his zoot suit and put a pencil mustache. Yeah, no shit. I couldn't figure out why is a German know so much about this because I didn't know anything. So I'm like, why would Germany have all this access? And then here's a tell. When he goes, my job was to help something called Being 6 to ascend. He had to help it to ascend. What the fuck does that mean? Anyone? What the fuck does that mean? I think it means something akin to Arthur C. Clarke's shitbag book where those devil aliens come down and take our
childhood's end, right?
You know what else causes childhood's end? Getting viciously molested. And Arthur C. Clarke's a PDF file. So you see once you know what to look for, and it's a nation of pedivores, these fuckers think they're a different race than you. And so it's actually good that they eat you in so many ways. Your soul, your blood, they kill you in a war. That's who's at the top. It's always been. And that's what the Bible's about. And probably a lot of other religious books as well, I'd wager. Jason Giorgiani's right about that.
Okay. Any final words for the audience?
Derp with Kurp, watch my dumb show. I gotta fix my password so I can be on Spotify. This show costs me money to make. I'm such an inept business person, dude.
Really?
Oh no.
Oh yeah, but check this out. These shirts are coming out.
You gotta make sure you watch his stuff. He's getting in the 50K club. Yeah, he's hitting 50 to 60K within a couple of days. Maybe even less, yeah. So, but still don't pay you much. And he ain't ever gonna pay Mark. So Mark thought he's gonna get a bump. But Mark's gonna have to keep on sewing those patches and selling them on Etsy because he ain't ever gonna get a paycheck from old Kurt Metzger. We were hoping that he did get a little bit of a paycheck, but that might have been through Sam Tripoli. He's booking for Sam Tripoli now.
Nice, and they can just get it.
You go on my Twitter. My family thinks I'm crazy.com. My engineer Mark. You can pre-order the shirts. We're having them made to order.
All right, there's his stuff. Again, he put out.
All right, this will be a video about four.
Spotify.
Oh, sorry. Put out a couple in 24 hours. Okay. See if we can bring it back to the page here. There we go. Now, that's a little bit of Kurt Metzger. And again, he was on Octavius Thunder. Okay. This cat right here, I have no idea why Kurt Metzger is sitting next to this guy. Okay. Unless they just did a show and this is an after party podcast or something, because this guy has fewer views than me. Okay, I thought I was going under the tight constriction of YouTube. It exposed me to too many people too soon. Okay, and so I need to maintain that sweet spot. But I went under a tight constriction, but not nearly how restricted his account has been with his views. So somehow, now this one has got 8.7, and that's purely because of Kurt. But he's all touching arms on this one. It's a good watch. And we watched that earlier. And a bit yesterday. A lot of good stuff in there. Oh, and here's that GATE program, talking about them empty buildings, or those dreams that Kurt Metzger is talking about. They're trying to find patterns. And of course, we got a little bit of Control Alt History. How far do we get on this one? Oh, that's right. This was getting a bit wordy. This might still be AI. I still think that this might be AI script. I don't know. I don't know if this is an actual person saying this stuff. It might be, but we know all Control Alt History is. Let's check this out here.
All right, this will be a video about 4 novels that eerily predicted major world events, and these are books that have some really fascinating connections and similarities to events like the Oklahoma City bombing, the JFK assassination, Trump's presidency, yet these books were written years or even decades before these events. So we'll get into it, and first up is The Final Jihad by Martin Keating, which is a novel that was written in the early 1990s that has just a ton of really uncanny similarities with details of the Oklahoma City bombing in 1997. And this book is about a terrorist cell in Oklahoma that's planning on bombing federal buildings and carrying out terrorist attacks in the U.S. And one of the really curious things about the book is that there's a character named Tom McVeigh. And obviously, this name is nearly identical to Tim McVeigh, who was the man who was eventually blamed for the Oklahoma City bombing and given the death sentence. So that's definitely a strange parallel. And there's also another part in the book that takes place right after a building is bombed, where an Oklahoma State trooper pulls over one of the terrorists involved in the bombing because the tail light in his car is out. And this ends up being the big break and arresting him for the bombing. And pretty much the exact same thing happened in real life years after this book was written, when Tim McVeigh was stopped by an Oklahoma State trooper named Charlie Hanger right after the Oklahoma City bombing because Tim McVeigh was driving a car without a rear license plate. And this ended up leading to his arrest for the Oklahoma City bombing. And there are over 20 details like this in the book that mirror the Oklahoma City bombing and some other events that happened in the mid-1990s. But by far the most curious thing about this book is that it was written by Martin Keating. And Martin Keating just happened to be the brother of Frank Keating, who almost unbelievably was governor of Oklahoma when the Oklahoma City bombing happened. And right after the bombing happened, there were some articles talking about how just incredibly strange it was that the brother of the Oklahoma governor wrote this book years before the Oklahoma City bombing with a bunch of similarities to what ended up happening. And Martin Keating himself gave some interviews where he talked about the coincidences, quote unquote, with his book. And I'll go ahead and play a clip from one of those interviews here real quick.
25 different parallels.
Tell us a little bit about the premise of this book.
25.
Well, this book is what the FBI truly fears. This is...
And they've done this before, right? They had one for, Lockstep, right? For the pandemic. They write these out in a way of, karma balancing the chaos.
The book that was finished in 1991 that predicted a number of things that have happened since
Thank you for
then.
watching this along with us.
It's
And
the coming to America of foreign terrorists establishing a base in America.
There are some really quirky coincidences, particularly with the Oklahoma City bombing. For example, the name of the character.
And again, we cover comedians and podcasters. We'll go in and study their micro behavioral movements. We'll zoom in real deep, okay, and create fan fiction through the lens of satirical analysis. A lot of fun stuff. And then we also have nights where we just do conspiracies.
Well, the Tom McVeigh character in my book versus Tim McVeigh in real life, that, of course, was totally coincidental. But there is a scene in which a OHP, Oklahoma High Patrol trooper, stops a suspicious vehicle for a flickering taillight, and he makes a decision.
This guy might be one of a kind. I ain't never seen someone look like that. I mean, there's types. I fall under a category of a type. Okay, there's a certain type of person that looks exactly like me. Okay, I am no way unique. Now, the type that I am is quite unique, but still, this is pure creation. I've never seen such abstraction within symmetry in my life. Okay. Let's move on.
Discovery, which he doesn't understand fully the significance of at the time, which breaks open the case. Well, of course, that happened in real life with Charlie Hanger, who stopped Tim McVeigh.
Oh.
And there are a number of parallels, and as a result, a number of people on the internet and on shortwave broadcasts have been saying that I was somehow involved in this, and then they attempted to...
That's got to be hard for you, Mark.
It's ridiculous, but they've implicated by their references. My brother Frank also, they've claimed that he...
Back when people first, were being accused of things. I mean, that happens all the time now.
Governor of Oklahoma.
They claim he's in cahoots with me, and somehow, it's nonsense, but these people can say what they want to say, I guess.
And he actually gave another interview that's even more curious than this one, because he was also interviewed on a local news broadcast on the exact day of the Oklahoma City bombing, just right after it happened. And I'll play some clips from that interview right now, and then I'll talk about why I find this interview so suspicious.
Today's bombing in Oklahoma City was predicted by an Oklahoma author. Martin Keating, brother of the governor, is finishing up a book about terrorism in the heartland. This afternoon, he spoke with OETA's Karen Wicker in our Tulsa studio.
Mr. Keating, thanks for joining us. You have just recently written a novel about a terrorist attack here in Oklahoma.
Yes. the terrorists are based in Oklahoma, and it's sad that it came true today.
Well, from the information we know now, would you say this does have the fingerprints of a terrorist attack?
It is a terrorist attack. It's a strike at America's soul, and it's appropriate that they struck at Oklahoma City because that's the heart of America psychologically and geographically.
The book you wrote is called The Final Jihad. For folks out there at home that aren't familiar with that word, that means holy war.
Yes, and that's what we have. It's a group of people, whether they're associated with any Middle Eastern crowd or not, it's a group of people who want to do damage to America. And they've done a lot because there'll be a lot of people going to work tomorrow who will not be comfortable.
You have some interesting parallels here in your book with what happened today. Your book starts out at the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport,
yes,
which is now, we know, the place where the rental car was taken from.
Yes, and I also predicted the World Trade Center bombing because that would be a gorgeous thing to bring down. If from their perspective, I use that term gorgeous advisedly.
So I find that...
Okay, well, you know, we'll start this, you know, maybe tomorrow. Just wanted to take a look at this, and looks like it would be a good one. But it looks like it's about that time, and we're gonna just wrap things up. I appreciate you guys hanging out and watching a little bit of Kurt. He's got a lot of content out there that he's pumping out, and we're just here to watch and spread the word. But again, thank you, and I'll see you next time. Still working on an outro. I'll get something there, but appreciate it, and